Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
We track the points for the H1 Unlimited thanks to Coleman Oil. And joining me from Coleman Oil is one of their representatives, Aaron Martinez from Kennewick. And tell me, how long have you been with Coleman Oil, Aaron?
Yeah, so it's been about close to 3 years now. Yep.
And we think about the Delo Chevron products in particular. lubrication needs, and CFN card lock. That's two of the items that you're heavily involved with here.
Yes, exactly. So on the CFN card lock, we do CFN, of course. We have about almost close to 100 sites in Washington, Idaho, Oregon, and Montana. Pretty spread out, which is good. And then as far as lubrication, Delos 600 is one of our high sparks right now. We're trying to get that going. Great oil, great points. I mean, all over the board. It's been at a high talk for a long time. A lot of truckers use it. A lot of farmers use it. Machine shops. I mean, it's going out pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, and especially in our region, you think predominantly about agriculture because there's so much of it around, and that's what the farmers really count on.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, these tractors and these trucks for the farms, they run about, if you want to say, about 20 hours a day per se.
Wow.
So this oil is like top notch. It really gets them their longest hours usage that they can, from the start of harvest to the end of harvest, pretty much all year round. So pretty great oil.
Again, we're talking with Aaron Martinez with Coleman Oil on 610 KONA, CFN card lock. And this is one of the things we talked about during the broadcast. It's about the security. And for companies that have a fleet or just a gas card, there's so many different ways you can monitor usage. And that's really, with today's economy, so important.
Oh, yeah, yes. So that's actually key right there, because we have a bunch of large companies, tech you say, that do want this fuel card because it helps them keep track of their fuel cards. It'll let you know at what time one of the drivers put fuel, what station, how many gallons, what type of fuel, etc.
And you can put restrictions on that.
Yep, you can. So we could have them set to Monday through Friday only, or if they work weekends, we could have them set to open the weekends as well.
Right.
You could have it set to open certain times of the day, open at a certain time of the day, close at a certain time of the day. So pretty restricted, which is good for large companies with many vehicles out there.
Yeah, and for us, they put no premium.
Oh, there you go. Have to make sure, you know.
Yeah, it's funny. I thought that was hilarious. Again, Coleman Oil. You can find out details ColemanOil.com or call 1-888-799-2000. And thanks you for being part of our Water Follies coverage, Aaron. Appreciate it. Again, joining us on the broadcast, Aaron Martinez with Coleman Oil, and Son Caden up on the barge with us too.
Yep. It's been great. Appreciate it for sure.
You bet.
This is awesome. Yep.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend. We look forward to the rerun of Heat 2A. That is coming up next on 610 KONA. And Kurt Cartier is going to step back in and join me on the broadcast. And also Brad Luce down in the Neil F. Lamson pits. Across the river, Tire Factory turn number 2. You've got A.J. Brewster. Thank you again. And 2A has been a heat that has just not happened as of yet because of a buoy first off, and then because of the disaster we had in turn 1, turn 2. So we hope that we get a clean rerun. We understand that Dave Billwalk's boat will not be returning as of yet. Also, we understand Bobby King cleared the post-race evaluation and was let go from the on-site medical center. Dave Billwalk, at last check, was still being checked.
Okay, so we've closed a number of chapters as we're getting ready for, this time. The drama is not yet at a fever pitch.
No.
But we're turning it up just a notch or two, I think. So the seriousness, they're always all business when it comes to racing. But on Sunday afternoons, this is when people are going to get paid, and not a bad purse. If I'm to understand correctly, you are divvying it up from earlier.
Yeah, it's a really special thing to have that kind of cash available for the winner. And it's a little bit unusual at this point. So when we take a look at the payout, first place, $10,000 and a $5,000 payday for second, $2,500 for third. And it's all thanks to everybody from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation with our purse for the H1 Unlimiteds.
We thank them for that. And it's about good legal tender, and it spends everywhere. Sure does. Also, the fastest lap. That went to the U91 as well. That was a nice paycheck. It's a payday to boot. So
$2,500 there.
Again, you know, we're just trying to keep it alive. You know, just work your way, gentlemen. Work your way around the course fast as you can, keeping it safe.
Have yet to see a countdown for our rerun of Heat 2A, but we'll check the schedule as we look through to the rest of the afternoon here on 610 KONA, Kennewick, Richland, Pasco. 12:50 was to be the rerun of 2A. That will not happen because it's 12:53 at this point. Maybe closer to 1, because at 1:30 this afternoon we go back to the water for Heat 5 for the IBEW Local 112 2.5-liter stock hydroplanes. Then at 1:45, a quick turnaround for the Par Lumber Heat 5 for the E350s. Vintage boats back out thanks to the Confederated Tribes of the Colville at 2 p.m. Then at 2:30, Trust Company H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Heat 3A, 3B from Trust Company at 3. Then at 3:30, 2.5 stock hydroplane heat final for IBEW Local 112, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. At 3:45, the E350 heat final from Par Lumber. Then at 4 p.m., the Grand Prix America Thunder Cup from Local 598, Plumbers, Steam Fitters, Signatory Contractors, and the 4:30 Apollo Columbia Cup H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Final.
Plenty to come. Going to check the boxes off the list. Thank you very much for your patronage on the shores and on the air and around the world. 610KONA.com and visuals put to this H1 Hydro YouTube channel. Worth a look.
Confederated Tribes of the Colville also bringing us the vintage boats and the patrol boats. And the vintage boats have been just amazing to watch. We saw the 4 boats deck to deck to deck. And there's nothing more perfect for a photo opportunity than seeing those 4 boats out together.
The main thing you have to worry about when those 4 boats are deck to deck to deck is how much you zoom in on them. Because the more you zoom in, the more detail, and the more if you understand. These are pieces of art that are moving on the water. I mean, this is history in front of your eyes, and people who are getting up there in years, old in the tooth, as they say, as Mike puts in his, what the heck is that?
But their restoration process is just so detailed. It's amazing. If you have the chance, right? ATA Pit Tours, the ATI group, Titanium folks, they have the pit tours down there. If you haven't been, take one and see everything that there is down there, and you have a chance to look at these boats a little bit more closely. They are just spectacular pieces.
Is it the museum in Kent?
It is.
Okay.
Hydroplane and Race Boat Museum. David Williams was at the event last night over at the Round Table Pizza, and I don't know if AJ's over in Tire Factory turn number 2 just yet in our Freedom Equipment Rental Lift, but he was also there, as were many of the eSIM racers for the Royal Order of the Turban meeting.
Well, that's really cool, and I was kind of giving everybody a little needling about that. But that's what I like to call contempt prior to investigation. Y'all got it going on. That's pretty right. That's the real deal and a real cool deal. So good on. Again, something cool. All parties, Tri-Cities involved. I like it. I like it a lot.
So we survey the course again, and it looks like the rescue sled that had been tending to the buoy in turn 3 and 4 appears to be in good condition. So we have that. And it looks like there's another one of the boats carrying officials back out to the center of the course. Not quite sure. But again, we're still waiting to find out when we have the rerun of this Heat 2A. It'll be coming up on 610 KONA, and I understand Brad's having a technical issue. AJ, are you there in Tire Factory turn 2?
If you would be, Mike.
Yep, not quite sure. Well, we have time to thank our sponsors, including Griggs and Griggs Ace Hardware, over 80 years. During summertime, they have it all: coolers, camping and fishing gear, float tubes, pool floats, even pools right above ground. Everything's there. Drop by one of their Griggs locations. There are 4, or visit griggsonline.com. Also, thanks to DQ Grill and Chill. The new Blizzard flavors include the Picnic Peach Cobbler or the Peanut Butter Cookie Dough Party. Scrumptious. Happy tastes good. Yeah, turn it up for a sec.
You know,
But then
we haven't mentioned for almost 3 days now the triple fudge brownie.
oh,
That's always on the menu, and that takes decadence to a level of decline in my heart.
peanut butter parfait is my weakness.
Jeez
Yeah.
Louise. See, if DQ doesn't fill your dessert bill, I don't know what will.
Tire Factory, turn number 2. They keep you cool. Tire Factory with the best automotive AC techs around. Whether it's a simple recharge or maybe a major AC component replacement, trust what you love to Tire Factory. Pasco, Richland, Moses Lake, TireFactoryTC.com. Also, thanks to All Doors Incorporated and owner Derwin Dozier, celebrating 40 years. They service, repair, and install the automatic entry systems you see at area hospitals, supermarkets, medical clinics, banks, hotels, and more. The right call for 40 years, All Doors Incorporated, 509-547-2158. Who's got their ears on?
That would be Brad down in the pit area. Have you got me, Mike?
I copy you loud and clear. It's good to have you back on board.
There. It is good to be back on board. I could write a book about what I've learned this weekend about this system, but it is up and running and working well. So, and so am I, as a matter of fact. So,
it'd be a short story, but it'd be very intriguing.
Well, it might be. It might be. So we're getting ready to go racing, kind of. And we're going to run the A section for what, the third time? And that's, we've got 2 boats in the water. I can see the U40, the Flavor Pack. I got the U9, the Beacon Plumbing in the water. I was down in the pit area, saw Corey Peabody climb aboard, saw Dustin Eccles get aboard as well. So you've been talking about a buoy issue. Well, I've been around here just trying to catch up and make this thing go for me, and it turned out to be, as you might mention, operator error. But we got it working. So, have you got a course put together yet? Are we close? What do you think?
We have not heard one way or another as far as even how much to the 5. So I'm also getting the, no idea, the palms up toward the sky, both at the same time. So, we're wondering just like the rest. What have you learned since you've been back and have taken care of your technical issues? I'm sure there's a nugget or 2 of information you could pass along to the fans.
Yes, and I'm sure they're going to be just wildly excited to hear this report. I know we have our tech updates and so forth. I don't think this is going to be one of them. However, we had a pit area that was closed, and then they opened it, and then they closed it, and then they opened it again. And when they did, my 7-year-old grandson came through the pit area, and I took him on a private pit walk. And it was great. He says, I said, you got a driver you want to meet? He's never seen a hydroplane before, right? I said, you got a driver you want to meet? And he goes, yeah, I really want to meet Dustin Eccles. He was standing about 5 feet from us. Dustin, come here. So it started with that, and it got better all the way through. So I'm going to admit to staying away during the air show and so forth, but boy, did I have a good time with my family. And they are right now down around Bernie's tree hanging out, and they're going to watch the boats depart from the dock when we get there, and then they're going to watch the old grandpa run down there and do a post-race interview. So I stepped away, and I'm having a little fun here, guys, on the family side. A little work-life balance. How about that?
Well, you're not only allowed, you're encouraged. And, you got cred with me after yesterday's successful proposal. That was some great radio there. And the visuals, of course, spending time with the family, especially if they're flying in to check out what Dad and Granddad is doing. Absolutely take that time. Enjoy yourself. We count on you for that type of information. We're just looking to set the table for stuff.
Yeah, so I just ran upstairs and had a little conversation about we are going to do 1 to the 5. Okay, so when we get a countdown, we're going to do 1 to the 5. However, I think 1 to the 5 is 1 and 5 is 6, and I can see 2 buoys right now that are on the move down here. So we've got some stuff to pick and put
We've got
in
some
place.
buoy repair.
Yeah, but they got some buoy work to do, but when we get it put together, we're ready to go. Like I said, the boats are in the water. They are
And so that fans know, Brad, the real problem with the real problem with the buoys has to be this millweed or milfoil that's floating, grabbing the lines, the anchor lines, and pulling then the buoy and everything downstream.
Yeah, this isn't the Tri-Cities' first race here on the Columbia River, and they got the anchor thing figured out, but I'm not sure they sized into the weight equation the drag of all of that milfoil or whatever it is coming downstream, because you're right, when it catches on to the buoy, that's a lot more weight, and it's dragging these buoys and taking them out of place. But we'll get it fixed. We'll get it going. I'm up on the top of the tower, and I'm feeling a little bit of a breeze for the first time.
Okay,
yeah.
So actually we'll keep a feel on that as it moves forward. So, this has been nicks and cuts, but we've decided just to adapt on the fly. What are you going to do? You accept the conditions that are put in front of you, and you just move forward. So, we're just going to keep charging on Boat Race Sunday. Despite some of the setbacks, we will do what we have to do to make sure it gets it done. And we lived in the Tri-Cities for a long time. This is very, very typical of a summertime system that's coming in. That's bringing breezy type conditions. So we're really going to keep an eye on it as the afternoon progresses. The likelihood of the uptick of the level of action on the Blue Bridge flag shall continue.
Yeah, it's just a shortwave low pressure system. It's no precipitation associated with it, but just a little bit of change in the air pressure gradient that's causing the winds this afternoon.
Gradient?
Yes,
that's a nice word.
Special thanks to our weather update, Anderson and Zentz Dental.
See what happens when you get that grill fixed?
Smiles. KennewickSmiles.com. Also, thanks to our broadcast to American Radiator. They do a great job with delivery of new or rebuilt Record radiators. They clean DPFs, DOCs, welding, and metal fabrication, too. The best part is, though, free pickup and delivery available throughout much of the great Northwest at AmericanRadiator.com, with facilities in Spokane and also in Idaho. And they also service western Montana, too. Also, Dryer on Fire, Paul Lindbergh, Tri-Citian, a certified dryer exhaust technician with Dryer on Fire. Now, maybe you need to get that lint out of the dryer duct. That could be why your clothes aren't drying in the first cycle. DryerOnFire.com. Rooster Tail wrap-up thanks to Grocery Outlet. Phil and the crew at the Kennewick store. Everybody at Pasco and Richland, too. Grocery Outlet with name brands at the low prices. Buying opportunistic items for less. Passing savings to you. No club membership needed. Let the bargain hunt begin. Grocery Outlet Bargain Market. Along with Paradise Bottled Water. Searching for that perfect blend, reliability, and pure taste? Look no further than Paradise Bottled Water. Hydration has never tasted so good. You can find them online. Thanks to Golf Universe, Edison, across from Kamaikan High, and GolfUniverseTC.com. Everything in the world of golf is at Golf Universe. Canyon Lakes Golf Course, new membership packages are coming out soon. Non-members look for more open play with the highest rated course in Tri-Cities. Why play the rest when you can play the best Canyon Lakes Golf Course? We'll be back with more of our coverage of the Apollo Columbia Cup next on 610 KONA and 610KONA.com.
Okay, Dustin, let's hit master fuel pump. Igniters. You are clear.
Turn it back down now. Think you made the cover of the t-shirt?
No. You won the one. For views.
Look right here. This is it. This is it.
Here's why I asked you all here today.
You look at this.
Yeah, I would assume it's go through. Yeah. I just want to know which way.
Don't go through here. No.
Okay, now the score up buoy. We looked at times. Times are very similar to what it was last year with Alabama and with Madison, so it'll be 1:30 yet again for the score up marker. And it's the same thing, 1 minute 30, and you guys have right up until the entrance of turn 2 to change lanes. Leaving the dock, you guys are going to do one full lap, do your check-in. I don't want to see any cut in the course leaving the docks right away. You got to come all the way around. We're doing 3 laps. We got this clear this time. 3 laps, 5 laps for the final. For the final, we're going 4 on the front line, 1 trailer boat. That's what we did last year. I think it's just for safety. I think it's best if we go with 4 on the front line.
You know, you're going to do great. Whatever you do, we're proud of you. Absolutely. Okay, you be safe.
You buying?
I gotta get one now. So I'll be back up here today.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
All right, how are you?
Excellent. Awesome. I've never been down.
All right, we'll be done before the rain gets here. Maybe.
Clock is on, although I don't have it yet on my monitor. I understand that we were about the 6-minute mark, perhaps?
Yeah.
As we get ready for the rerun of Heat 2A, and we will have the 40 Dustin Eccles flavor pack and the 9 Corey Peabody and the Beacon Plumbing. Let's go down to the pits and our American Radiator pit reporter, Brad Luce.
How about AJ?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, I was just checking. I'm climbing up on top of the tower right now. How in the world we're going to do this, I don't know, but this is going to be something like I haven't ever seen before. But here we go. We're ready to go. We got a couple of boats in the water. The noses are pointed out. We are inside 5 minutes. We're at 4:50. 4:50 to the start of, believe it or not, Heat 2A for the 3rd time.
Brad, who's going to fight for lane number
time.
1?
Pardon me?
Who's going to fight for lane 1?
It might be neither of them. I'm telling you, this lower corner down here is very, very interesting. It at least appears that the apex buoy is way downriver. And it looks like we almost have a pointed corner here. Now, it's hard to judge distances, but I don't know. But we're going to run it. We'll see how it works. We are coming up on the 4-minute mark. Only 2 boats are going to run in this heat. It is our Heat 2A. It's the first heat we tried to run this morning. That didn't work, and then we ran 2B, and then we went back to 2A, and now we're going to try for a 3rd swing at this one. Let's hope we get it through. It's a good question, Mike. Who's going to fight for lane 1? I don't know that we're going to see a whole lot of fighting, but with 340, here comes Corey down the front straightaway. Dustin's going to pull up behind him in the flavor pack.
All right, and let's play close attention. DQ Grill and Chill turn 1 to Tire Factory turn 2, right at that apex point. How the boats are looking, what their attitude is. because Brad thinks that buoy is a little bit farther downstream than it should be.
Yeah, and maybe it's okay. They're through and they're clean. AJ, I might ask for your perspective on that one. It just looks like that apex buoy is, it doesn't look right to me, but the marker's there, so it must, I guess it is.
3 minutes to a rerun for the third time. And each time we've lost a boat.
Thanks to everybody listening on both sides of the Columbia River, around the world, at 610KONA.com and on the H1 network of the YouTube channel. Apologies. The blackout had to happen whenever there's a crash on the race course. They have to go dark per the protocol of H1. So stop lighting them up in the comment section on YouTube. They're just following what they have to do to stay on the air. And when they stay on the air, you get incredible pictures. So thank you to those checking us out anywhere in the world on the YouTube channel H1. Just search for it and find the glory of Hydrotown, USA Boat Race Weekend Sunday. Mike, we're about at the 2-minute mark or so. This is going to get good.
Peabody lane 1 taking it wide into DQ. Grill and Chill turn number 1. Over to Tire Factory turn number 2 with Eccles on the outside at 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And they're in pretty good shape for that $1:15 score up at start finish, aren't they, Brad?
Yeah, I think so. We're at 150 right now. They've got to be behind the start-finish line at that minute 15-second mark. We talked about fighting for an inside lane. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see this setup the way they've got it right now with Corey in 1, Dustin on the outside of him until we come to the start-finish line. I think they're going to stay just like that. They've got about 15 seconds to kill. They should be in good shape for the score-up, Mike.
Into All Doors Incorporated turn 3, Buffalo Brothers turn 4, and they'll get onto the start-finish line pretty quickly because there's not much room from that exit pin of 4 to start-finish. Eccles with more boat speed, both clean. We're at 1 minute to the start of Heat 2A.
Yeah, well, these guys are rocking coming down here to the lower end. I'm taking from that Dustin would like to stick himself inside of Corey, but Corey's saying, no, I'm going to run with you, so it's not going to happen. And Dustin ran him hard down to the lower end of the race course, and then I think he just threw in the towel. Now watch if he doesn't give it a squirt. But he's coming off and still staying behind Corey Peabody. Remember, their lanes are not established until they get to the entrance of turn 2.
30
they
seconds.
Are approaching that.
Eccles moving
30
out.
seconds. Got to have 5 boat lengths. Watch him.
Corey's not letting him. Corey closed the door on any kind of leapfrog. Now they're going to have some time to kill. Well, not really. We're at 15 seconds as they enter All Doors turn 3 and Buffalo Brothers turn 4, just in time for the wind to pick up coming from the west.
This will be a good start.
Off the exit pin, across the start-finish line, it is a clean start. Eccles has the boat speed on the outside, but Corey Peabody in the beacon pulling on the inside in lane number 1.
They're getting really close together down here, side by side, dead even at the entrance pin. AJ to you.
And AJ may not be back up on Tire Factory turn 2 just yet. And Peabody starts to pull away a bit, coming up the Horn Rapids RV backstretch. Corey Peabody, smooth ride, heading right into the breeze that has freshened along the Columbia River course into turn 3. And now you can see the rooster tail on the other side.
Looks like one
of Peabody's rooster tail.
Crazy.
And there's Eccles. Eccles is a half a rooster tail back after lap number 1. So Peabody comes down the front stretch. He looks good. Eccles starting to charge a little bit, but he's going to be tough to catch of that Peabody in lane number 1.
At this point, you're just trying not to wreck.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be difficult to run down Corey Peabody on the inside. He's got about 3/4 of the rooster tail, just like that. He's already at the exit pin, starts down the backstretch. He's got a full rooster tail, and I'm sure with 300 points on the line, Dustin Eccles in a preliminary heat, only heat 2A. Remember, this is the rerun of the rerun. I'm sure he'll sit back now and take his 300 points and say thank you very much.
Yeah, and there we go into turn number 3 for All Doors. Buffalo Brothers turn 4, Corey Peabody. Eccles coming out wide at the exit exit pin now as Peabody crosses start-finish. 1 lap to go. The white flag is out for Heat 2A, the rerun after Vilwalk and King got tangled in Tire Factory Turn 2. And the buoy problem the first time they ran it. A little bit of slop down there in Tire Factory Turn 2 as Peabody slows down at the exit pin now and onto the Horn Rapids RV backstretch. Peabody puts his foot into it, and now with a 2, maybe 3 rooster tail lead over Eccles in the Flavor Pack 40. 2 more turns to go in our 4-corner super speedway. It's only 2 miles this time around because of low water conditions. The course was moved downstream of the exit pin. Buffalo Brothers turn 4, and the checkered flag is out for Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing. Another heat win for Strong Racing, and a strong performance by Dustin Eccles on the outside in the 40 Flavor Pack.
I like the way Brad put it, the rerun of the rerun. So now that we've got those points divvied up and doled out, we start to reset and get the table going for a busy afternoon to wrap things up 2024, the Apollo Columbia Cup and STCU Over the River Air Show.
Yeah, we've got a lot of racing yet to come.
Absolutely.
With the 2.5 liters, 350s, GPs.
So what's up next on the slate? We get some driver reaction. Pretty much a glorified test run. You know, points on the line. At some point you make it competitive, but then, you know, you ease off the hammer, take the points, and live to race another day, right? Or another round.
Well, once you saw Peabody on the inside, it was kind of a foregone conclusion, unless something were to occur mechanically or otherwise, that it was going to be his race.
So I get it, in a 2-boat race, you want lane 1, no problemo diving into the corner. However, once you get to 3 boats, and then obviously in the championship final, that's kind of a different story. Do you really want lane 1? Well, of course you want lane 1, right? I mean, as it progresses, if you can hold that lane, sure, it's going to be big choppy down in the corner, but still, you know, lane 1 is really the pathway, the gateway to get to the checkered flag first, right?
Yeah, but Brad brought up the point, right? It's all about points.
All about points.
It's all about points. Big points for second place for Dustin Eccles, and that's what you need as the boats return to the Neil F. Lamson pits, and I know that Brad's probably in that golf cart. I wonder if we can pick him up on the monitor. In the golf cart, screaming down the pit road to get down to the...
That's not allowed.
Because they're all the way down at the end, right? Eccles and Peabody down toward Bernie's tree.
And as you were talking, Mike, that's exactly what I was doing. I was aboard the golf cart, had a passenger, Mr. Mike Denslow, kept me company on the way down, listening to you talk. And I am right now walking beside the U1, the Beacon Electric. We will go down and find Corey Peabody here as he gets off of the 9. He is out of the boat.
Oh, that was different.
A little bit.
Yeah, the phone told us what time it was.
Well, that means it's time to take your vitamins, Mike.
Okay. Automatic reminder. That's great.
Vitamins and supplements at 121. Mark.
Thanks. I usually just do that in the morning with the multivitamin.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, it seems to work.
We got to stay healthy so we could do the boat races, and thank goodness that the weather is cooperating. It's just a really nice day. I swear things are calming down instead of on the uptick for the moment. I see 0 to little action on the Blue Bridge flag, and so we're hoping that this continues. Okay, I know. Moment to moment, got you covered. Both sides of the river, around the world.
Special thanks on our broadcast, Warner RV at the Auto Lot off 395 in Southridge since 1995, part of our community. Warner RV with new Keystone Outback and Keystone Hideouts in stock. Great reviews, great selection, great people, along with pre-owned RVs too. New financing options with extended terms to lower your payments. WarnerRV.fun. WarnerRV.fun. All right. We have a found wallet.
That's a big deal.
Yes, we do. And from Finley, we are looking for Quintero Soto. Quintero Soto. We have recovered your wallet. It is at the start-finish line at the barge. From Finley, Quintero Soto. We are now looking for you to retrieve your wallet at start-finish. And I don't know what happened to Brad down in the pits. Hope there was not some sort of a golf cart.
I am here, guys. No, I am here. I got down here. The golf cart worked perfect. I walked right down to the dock where I was supposed to go, and they walked Mr. Peabody up to the end of the dock. So I think he wanted to see the old man get some exercise. But now you see, you got to walk and talk with me on the way down here. So it's like the, yeah. Anyway, I got Corey Peabody here. Well, it took us 3 swings at that heat, but we finally got it done. And you picked up the 400 points. This is a tough day.
It's a very tough day. You know, the boats are getting crashed, and it's a tough day for everyone. Had a nice heat with Dustin. It's good. They moved some buoys around. I don't think they're in the right place right now, though. I think the apex on turn 1 is out too far now. 4 was in too much. Now it's out too far. So the problem just kind of went down to the next buoy, but hopefully they can take a look at it. That's just my perspective, but we'll see.
Well, I'm not surprised to hear you say that, because I'm standing up on top of the tower. That's where I'm calling from, and clearly that apex buoy looks like it's way downriver. We talked about it before the heat even got started.
Yeah.
It didn't look right.
Yeah, it didn't look right. It wasn't right all day before. It was in the course, and we're holding our arc, and when you get to the apex, it looks like you're way out, but you're really not. And now it's going to be same problem, just kind of opposite at the next buoy. But we gotta figure it out.
So when that happens, do you go grab an official and have that conversation?
I asked them after the last one, and they saw it, and they knew it was there, and we just gotta get figured out, because stuff's happening.
It seems to me that's one thing with 2 boats going through the corner, but you run 5 in there, that exacerbates the problem.
Yeah, well, we gotta look at it.
All right, I know this has been a rough go so far, but the boat seems to be running really well.
Yeah, our boat runs great. The guys are doing a good job. So we'll go up the truck and see what we can do and get ready for the next heat.
I appreciate it, Corey. Thanks, bud.
No, thanks, Brad.
All right. Corey Peabody, driver of the U9.
So your eyes were not deceiving you, Brad. That buoy is not in the right spot.
It is not in the right place, and he's having a conversation with the officials right now about it. It's from my naked eye up on top of the tower, it's not even close. The apex buoys looks like it's 20 yards out of line.
Interesting. H1 has the capability of the drone footage, and they should be able to clearly see it from above with the drones that they have. So I'm just kind of baffled as to why we don't, have somebody out there taking care of it immediately.
Well, I think that's going to happen, and I think it's going to happen immediately.
There you go.
Because, as you heard Corey say, it's one thing to have a couple of boats go through there, but it's a whole different ballgame if you're going to run 5 or 6 and run 5 times around. It's going to get real hairy. So, and you heard it in Corey's voice. This has been a tough weekend. I mean, he's already watched his...
Yeah.
It has been, and he's already watched his teammate blow his boat over. And I know just because he was in the corner with him that he probably feels responsible for that on some level, whether it's true or not. And, then we have the other issue that happens today, and It's hard. It's hard on these guys. They're all competitors. They want to win, but they don't want to see anybody breaking up equipment or breaking up boats. When I walk down on the dock, with the 2.5-liter stock hydros, we've got the one yellow one, the monkey business, which is all the way down by Bernie's Tree. It's down there by Bernie's Tree because that's the boat that J. Michael Kelly drives. And so they've got it down here with his Unlimited. It's pitted down here. Well, the 2.5-liter stocks are ready to go next. J. Michael Kelly's on board. He's taking it out. So everybody's stepping up, and that's what's next up, I'm assuming, on our schedule is 2.5-liter stocks, and J. Michael Kelly's going to be driving the monkey business.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I went up to him, and I went up to him when I went down to find Corey, and that actually is how I missed Corey, because Mike was climbing in the boat on the dock, and I looked at him, I said, "What are you doing?" He says, "Well, nobody knows this boat like I do, and if the boat gets in trouble, they need to have me on board because I know how to handle it and how to make sure that it's okay." And so, again, Corey's aware of all of this. He knows all of this. We talk about the friendship between Mike and Corey, and it's real, and they're teammates, but they're friends too. And okay, I'm waxing a little bit too poetic here, so I'll step away. I'm in my golf cart going slowly up pit row. I'm going to find my way up to the tower. There's a lot of people down here, but that's a good thing. We just got to give them a good show. I'm going to step away, Michael. You guys take it from here, and I'll be back with you.
You bet. Thank you, Brad. Thank you very much. Thanks on our broadcast to our sponsors that make all this fun possible. And let's stop by AJ, Tire Factory Turn 2.
I'm just wondering if we can go through the boats that are going to be happening in this heat of the 2.5-liter.
That'd be all of them. Special thanks to Griggs, along with DQ, Tire Factory, All Doors, Buffalo Brothers, Skyline Machinery Sales. If you're looking for
guys, I think you're inside 1 minute to the 5. Inside 1 to the 5. Sorry.
The company that you need, Oregon Avenue in Pasco. That's where you find Skyline Machinery Sales. Go ahead, Brad. 1 to the 5.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trample on you there. We are inside 1 to the 5 for the 2.5 stocks. I think you've got a list of boats there. I've seen a bunch of them in the water, but just. And I can tell you by who's missing on the trailer here that Jeff Bernard's ride's definitely in the water. J. Michael Kelly's boat is in the water. We saw that. I'm just looking at empty trailers now as I'm driving up pit row.
I guess then everybody gets to play this time, right?
The 77 is black and some orange highlights. Jackson Oxloxon, along with the yellow 12 with J. Michael Kelly, the silver 3 with Jeff Bernard, Kyle Davenport in the red 6, the red and white boat, mostly red, white numerals, the 87 with Kelly Burnett or John Walty, and the white-orange 225 with Justin Burnett.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun, but more importantly, a lot of loud. That's why we come down here, to be assaulted in the ears by the motors and the boats.
And they're headed towards Tire Factory Tower, A.J. Brewster.
Kyle Davenport in front in the red 6. Then we got the 675? Not sure what that one is. Orange and white. Burnett, 225 in third. J. Michael Kelly, the bright yellow boat. The S12 on the outside after that. Then Bernard, silver boat.
I think the start is going to be really, really fun. To have this many craft out here, who's going to be parking, who's going to be scooting, who's going to be going through the DMZ. Love this. Coming up on 3 minutes and 30 seconds, let the chess game begin. I believe we already have our first parker. No, not yet. I can't sit here for 3.5 minutes.
It's kind of early.
I'm going to get a move on. Yeah, again, I'm just channeling my inner boat race driver.
Coming down the front stretch, the orange and white boat 225, Justin Burnett. Then you've got J. Michael Kelly in the yellow boat. Hobby Horsen back and forth on the sponsons on the inside. They'll be turning left now, the inside markers. A couple of red boats on the inside. Davenport on the outside is going to be Walty in the 87. Osloxen across start finish now with Bernard.
One boat kept on going now. We lost one.
Oh, so I think that's going to be Walty or Burnett in the 87 that has left the course to return to the dock.
2 minutes, 30 seconds, Mark.
Because the other red boat is the 6 with Davenport, and it is still out on the course. Counting down to 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start of our 2.5-liter stock hydroplane Heat 5 from IBEW, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 112.
Bernard,
J. Michael Kelly will not be out in his H1 Unlimited, but he is out in the 2.5-liter boat. And I'm not sure what Osloxen is doing. He cut across the infield from back to front, and he's going to try to merge now, and there's traffic coming in, and there's not a lot of room for him, but he's going to nudge his way in there, and J. Michael Kelly really backed off the throttle to let him in there.
Wow, I had no idea.
He followed Bernard across.
Wow. No merging.
Through the dryer on fire infield, that was kind of a close call.
A little too close for comfort, I would think.
Minute and 20 on the countdown.
Okay,
we got Osloxen on the inside, then Kelly, then Burnett outside of him.
Yeah, I'm interested, though, to see where Bernard's going to end up. He may be in lane 1 a little bit farther up the course, AJ.
1 minute mark.
We'll find out when they get to the top end of the course and start to get into turn number 2. Oh, wait, you've got Davenport parked in lane 1 up in turn 2.
Oh,
That's
where he is.
Just waiting.
Oh, of course. Well, you know, he's got about 40 seconds to go, so at some point get it up on plane, and I don't know, can you get it top speed at that point? And when do you pull the trigger? Are you going to have a bunch of boats going past you? No, I'm not ready. Nope, not yet.
You probably will, and then he will not have much boat speed at start-finish.
He's still, okay, well, here comes somebody. Well,
26 seconds. He's starting to spool it up a little bit. Moving to the outside, Justin Burnett of the 225. He's going to want some boat speed at start-finish. So Davenport will be in 1, Bernard in 2, Kelly in 3, Osloxen in 4, and Burnett in 5 as they come across start-finish. And it is a clean start, and it's going to be J. Mike with the lead in lane 3, but just inside of him, Bernard, as they run down to turn number 1. That's a good race, 3 boats right together.
From the inside, Davenport, Bernard, Kelly, as they come out of turn 2, Bernard has a slight lead in lane 2. Looks like J. Michael Kelly's in second. I can't see the inside.
Yeah, you've got Bernard out in front, and it's going to be the red boat, Davenport in second, and Kelly in third. Kelly gaining on the outside on Davenport, but Davenport in lane number 1 is going to have the advantage on the inside as they dive in to the upper turn. Nice run on the inside by Davenport, hugging the buoy line, and there wasn't enough room for J. Mike. Wow, that was a tough turn for J. Michael Kelly. He lost some speed at the upper end of the course. So it's Jeff Bernard with the lead, Davenport in second, J. Michael Kelly in third, Osloxen in fourth. The fifth place boat just off the exit pin now with Justin Burnett coming across start-finish line at the end of lap number 1. Down to the bottom end of the course, rough water on the inside for Davenport. Bernard's going to hold on to the lead, and J. Michael Kelly in third, but Davenport's closing at the exit pin.
Bernard in first, but you got Davenport just maybe 2 boat lengths behind. J. Michael Kelly in third. Ozloxen cut on the inside in fourth. He's going to try and get in on J. Michael Kelly.
Ozloxen has completed the pass of J. Michael Kelly on the backstretch and has inside position. Now the question is, can Davenport catch Bernard? Bernard's moved to the inside. No, he allowed enough room for Davenport. Coming across start finish. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Heat 5 for IBEW, local 112. And look at that lead now for Jeff Bernard in the silver 3.
Jeff Bernard coming around turn 1 and 2, way out in the lead. Definitely overlapped, moved into the inside. Davenport in second, moved just outside of him. Ozloxen still on the inside in third. J. Michael Kelly's back a bit in fourth. Then you got Burnett.
And J. Mike looks like he's struggling.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling.
Everybody's pretty much, this is what we're going to finish. So again, let's just take it easy, finish the race. There's really no competition left as they enter turn 4, Mike.
The Silver Cloud team getting another victory on the McNary Pool. Here comes Jeff Bernard across start finish for the checkered flag again. Second place, Kyle Davenport. Ozloxen will take third. J. Michael Kelly at the exit pin, top end turn, and just really struggling to get across start finish. Something happened to that boat there. And no, look at Davenport popping the top. His canopy is open, and he came to a stop on the front stretch. Lost power. Justin Burnett will finish in 5th place.
Need a lucky leave tow rope.
Tow rope on the way for Mr. Davenport in the 6. It's been a fast boat all weekend, but Jeff Bernard's been a tough one to beat.
Jeff Bernard has been a tough one to beat as he comes back to the dock. And, of course, he's going to jump out of that boat and jump right into another one and be back out. But I'm telling you, the story of that heat for me is headed down toward the Blue Bridge and all the way down toward Bernie's Tree to see J. Michael Kelly actually climb aboard a hydroplane and go out there and compete. I walked down the dock and looked at him, and I went, what in the world are you doing? And he went out, he started, he finished, he competed. That's the really good news. Guys, I am not going to make it up for the interview with Jeff Bernard, so I hope it's all right. We skipped that one this time through, but I'm not going to make it up to talk with Jeff.
Copy. Brad, thank you for your American Radiator pit coverage and also our tech updates from Skyline Machinery Sales in Pasco. Yes, certainly understand that. Our tech updates brought to you by Skyline Machinery Sales, XCMG, cranes, excavators, rollers, loaders, graders, with superior warranty and the service after the sale. That's Skyline Machinery Sales, Oregon Avenue, Pasco, and SkylineMachinery.com. Check out their website and see what they have. It's a pretty incredible selection right out of Pasco. So the 2.5 liters, heat number 5 for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, 112 in the books. Jeff Bernard gets the victory.
Still surprised that wasn't more of a competitive racing type of thing. The first lap was looking all right, and then it almost seemed like everybody was settling in. Bernard was just steadily increasing his lead. So, I think that's not going to be indicative of what the rest of the races this afternoon will entail.
Totally agree. Totally agree. So we've got more racing action on the schedule, and I know we're a little bit out of whack schedule-wise, but coming up next, we go to the E350s thanks to Par Lumber. And that will be on the way, and then vintage boats back out for Confederated Tribes of the Colville. So we will step aside for a quick timeout on 610 KONA. Kennewick, Richland, Pasco. More of our Apollo Cup coverage coming up next.
So how do you define independence? How about the ability to do what you want to do, where you want to do it, when you want to do it, at a price that lets you afford it?
50s out on the water. Our coverage on 610 KONA from Golf Universe, Canyon Lakes Golf Course, brought to you through Water Pulleys by Par Lumber. Yellow 26, Kurt Myers out on the course. No, that's going to be one of the silver boats. Excuse me, let's get up.
I think that's Jeff Bernard, number 3, silver and green.
You got it right. Got the green streak on the Silver Cloud in. So Jeff Bernard hopping seats. Will he go one win to the next in a different class?
Well, you got to like doubling down. Hey, let's go for the daily double. The driver's prowess is well known in many circles around the, river.
Yeah, next away from the dock, coming out now, you got the E99 Bryce Todd, the blue boat, the blue and white boat, and we are waiting for Rochelle Hill, and there's Rochelle. Rochelle powers up to 46, and she is away from the dock. So you're going to have a 3-boat run here in our E350 class. And we've seen some speed out of Bryce Todd, but I think if the heavy money has got to be sitting on Mr. Bernard. He'll make it 2 for 2 here, I think.
Daily double, Quinella.
Bernard down the front stretch, getting the head into turn number 1. And AJ, just 2 turns when we have the limited boats out there. So this will be turn 1 over to your Tire Factory Tower. Turn 2 will be the upper end of the west end of the course. Bryce Todd, the bright blue boat, coming up the Pasco shoreline, about halfway up the backstretch, the Horn Rapids RV backstretch. 2.5. Rochelle Hill is in the red boat, has some yellow trim on it. Good looking boat, the 46. And then you have Bernard. And will they allow Bernard, AJ, to have that inside lane?
I wouldn't if I were them, but I don't know if they're going to have a choice. He's been pretty good at grabbing it all day.
Although he just had the lane kind of shut down on him a little bit in the upper end turn number 2.
Yeah.
And backed off the throttle as they come down the front stretch.
He could just cut. Take it back.
Minute 45 on the clock. Full head of steam outside for Bryce Todd in the 99. And I smell fuel.
You do?
Yeah, I do, from the boats.
Oh, I thought you had, well.
No.
I thought I was being alarmed. Less than 90 seconds now. Oh, still some cutting to do. DMZ.
Oh, there you go. So Todd gunned it through turn 1 over to Tire Factory Tower, where AJ is on the Pasco shoreline, and then cut through the dryer on fire infield and looped back around. And now he's going to gun it again with 1:09 on the clock, AJ.
Yeah, he must have not liked his timing. Realized he was a little ahead and he wasn't going to have the right kind of speed coming across the start-finish line, so he's decided to come in. I think he's going to move to 2 right outside of Bernard, who's cruising down the backstretch.
Well, he's got 45 seconds coming up here pretty quick, so not sure. Now's about the time you'll want to put your foot into it, sir.
Well, they've been through this a few times. They have their timing marks.
Everybody likes to approach it just a bit differently, where you want to start to get up to
Bernard in 1, Todd in 2, Hill in 3 as they come into turn number 2 at the west end of the course.
20 seconds.
Still quite a bit of time. They're going to have to back off the throttle a bit. Rochelle Hill had already kind of backed off the throttle and is now heading
under 10. This one's
way outside. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it is a clean start. Bernard didn't get a very good start with boat speed, and Bryce Todd is carrying it down the front stretch. But watch Bernard as they head into turn number 1. He's going to have that short track.
Yeah, but Todd got down here first, but only by about a half a boat length coming to AJ.
Bernard takes over on the inside. Todd on the outside in second, about half a rooster tail behind. Hill's about 2 or 3 rooster tails behind outside of Todd.
Silver Cloud in. The silver 3 with Jeff Bernard. Green highlights with the lead. Not a rooster tail as Todd is trying to get back into it along the Horn Rapids RV backstretch. But Bernard's on the inside as he gets into turn number 2. And he lost a buoy. He lost a buoy.
Oh, no.
Bernard missed the turn and missed a buoy and now has lost power on the infield. Not sure if he had a problem and went to the infield or if he missed the turn. But Todd now with the lead. Rochelle Hill in second place.
I guess it won't be a 2 for 2.
It's the bright blue 99 of Todd way out front by 3 or 4 rooster tails as he comes around turn 1. Hill in second, seeing if she can catch him, but not sure. That's quite a distance.
Wow, Bernard had it in hand.
He did. That's another classic missed the turn. It's sort of like
again,
Loxon on Friday.
We're not sure if he missed it or maybe something happened and
he popped the hatch, so maybe there is something mechanically wrong.
Bryce Todd coming around to the exit pin. Turn number 2, white flag is out, and Todd looking to get a key heat victory in the East 350 class with Par Lumber here at the Apollo Columbia Cup.
That's a bunch of points, a ton of points. A lot of drama. We just keep having situations pop up that are hard to explain, but then I turn to you and you go, it's boat racing, and that's exactly right.
Yeah, so... yeah, this must be a mechanical issue because Jeff Bernard is out on the boat deck with the canopy open, and I think he's waiting for a lucky leaf tow. About the backstretch, Bryce Todd about halfway around Horn Rapids RV backstretch. Race favorite, Jeff Bernard floating in the infield in the 3, Silver Cloud Inn for Strong Racing. Here comes Bryce Todd. Around turn number 2 onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is waving in the breeze. Across the Mosteller start-finish line and a heat victory for the Par Lumber E350s. And Rochelle Hill gets big points, finishing in second place.
Sometimes you just got to finish the race, and how about some points?
Cool. Before we send it back down to the pits for interviews and reaction and maybe some details about what happened to Jeff Bernard's 3 Silver Cloud Inn for Strong Racing, we'll take a timeout on 610 KONA at 610KONA.com. More of our coverage coming up from the Apollo Columbia Cup next.
Anderson & Zentz Dental takes great pride in providing high-level comprehensive dentistry, from basic procedures like teeth whitening to dental implants and veneers. The Anderson & Zentz Dental team loves to help you smile. Anderson & Zentz Dental can help you build a better smile with clear braces or even dentures. It's a full family dentistry, and now offering facial aesthetic treatments with PRF. It's about you at Anderson & Zentz Dental in South Kennewick off Union at 24th and KennewickSmiles.com.
Water Follies 2024, Apollo Columbia Cup, and STCU Over the River Air Show, continuing coverage. Thanks to Griggs Ace Hardware, with 4 locations to serve you. Now, let's go back to the river on 610 KONA.
Well, I think it does answer our question a little bit as we see Jeff Bernard in the Silver Cloud 3 E350, the Par Lumber E350, being towed back to the pits, that there was a mechanical issue that maybe caused him to dart inside the course and miss the interior buoy along turn number 2.
So maybe that was a...
Hey, Michael, I want to jump in here.
Dive in.
I know I'm stepping on you a little bit there, Michael, but I want to jump in because I left the pit tower about, I don't know, the midway through lap 2 because it looked like young Bryce Todd was going to have a pretty successful heat there and pull off a win. I had to go to Umatilla and catch a bus to come up here and find him all the way. He is at the far end of the pit area, but I came all the way down here, and you guys, I'm sorry to have to do this on the mic, but I'm going to do it. Bryce, I'm Brad Luce. How are you?
Brad Luce, great to meet you. I'm doing great.
We're meeting drivers along the way. It's one thing to be really fast, but you also have to finish. Yeah. Something to be said for finishing.
Yeah, there is. This our team strived on being consistent last year, going out and getting high points by just starting and finishing every race. It pays off to make sure your stuff holds together.
Did you see what happened to Jeff out in front of you? The guys were saying he may have missed a buoy up above, or do you know anything about that?
Didn't look like he missed a buoy. It was pretty clean. It looks like he might have lost power going through that turn. He just suddenly dropped back and turned into the infield.
And what went through your mind? Oh, my goodness, I might pull this off.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened, but you can't back down at that point. You got to keep going and make sure you have a clean heat.
How long have you been driving?
This is only my second year. We ran every Region 10 race and went to Florida last year, and only missed one race this year so far.
So you're having a pretty good time then, I assume, if you're back doing it again.
Yeah, it's the most fun I've ever had in my life.
And winning here on the Columbia, I got to think that's pretty good stuff.
It's pretty big. I've never been out here, never been to Columbia, and actually my first time at the Water Follies event, and it's incredible.
Oh, my goodness. And I think you told me, as the Griffin Budweiser pulls away from the dock, I think you said you were from Puyallup.
Yeah, I'm from Puyallup, grew up in Lake Chelan, so I love the East Coast, the east side of the state, and it's great.
How'd you end up in Puyallup?
Parents lived both areas, and, we just ended up moving out to Puyallup, trying to get a little bit away from the city, and it's been a great little area, and all my neighbors love the hydro, so it works out.
And you love the hydros as well, obviously.
Yeah, more than anything on the earth.
Guys, I think he's living a dream down here. Congratulations, young man. This was fun. I'm glad I came down.
Thank you, Brad.
All right, there you go. Bryce Todd, winner of that last heat. I wasn't going to miss that interview. He won it. He deserved to get on the mic, and I can tell you when I walked down there, he saw me coming at him with the microphone, and he goes, oh, my goodness, now I get my first ever interview with Brad Luce. So you couldn't miss that. Good for him. He's a good kid.
And the excitement, you could tell how much he wanted to talk to you. No matter what happens, he can say, I'm a heat champion at the Apollo Columbia Cup. They'll never take it away from you, sir. Never.
Hey, that's such a good point. I remember when J. Michael Kelly claimed his first Gold Cup back in Detroit. And I remember on the award stand, I went up to him, and we were just talking before we got started, and I just looked at him and said, dude, your name's going on that trophy, and nobody can ever take that away from you. And it's a big deal. And even though this wasn't the APBA Gold Cup final heat, young Bryce Todd's not going to forget that for a minute.
Bringing it out, not just that, but the paying back from 73. My goodness. Vintage boats are out on the water thanks to the Confederated Tribes of the Colville.
No, was putting the field glasses on the Kennewick and the Pasco side.
Cameras.
Consistently. The cameras come out most. Unlimiteds, 1. Vintage boats, Procession, 2.
No, I think Vintage won.
I guess I'm not looking at the right time, but it's really something. I mean, these are pieces of art that are moving through the water that are associated with so many fantastic memories. both sides, Franklin County, Benton County, Pasco, Kennewick, around the world at 610KONA.com, and watch it right now on the H1 YouTube channel.
AJ, David Williams spoke last night at the Royal Order of the Turban Dinner and was talking about the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum, and the difference between a museum and this group is they want to share things. They want you to touch them. They want you to feel them. They want you to hear them. And that's why these boats are running. And that's the difference between the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum and others.
Open the door, step in, and ask for a job.
They'll find something for you to do. And I know Brad's been a long-time volunteer. Were you on the board, Brad? Just curious. I think maybe he was on the board.
Well, I'm sure he spent some time on the board.
What was that? I heard something.
Yeah, were you on the board of the Hydroplane Raceboat Museum?
I was. Operative word being was. I was on the board, gosh, been quite a while, almost 15, maybe 20 years ago. I was on the board there after I got involved with the restoration that we talked about earlier, the 67 Miss Budweiser. And then I got on the board there at the museum and just made lasting friendships with so many people. And I heard you saying, they'll find something for you to do. And I honestly think that's how I got on the board of directors. They saw me with a drill one time and with a bandsaw and said, we got to get this guy an office job. And so they stuck me on the board, but it was some of the best time of my life. It was great. The back roads to stay away from people, but I thought maybe it wasn't so crowded this time, and I was wrong.
So there they go. Over to Tire Factory turn number 2, the vintage boats out on the course. Thanks to the Confederated Tribes of the Colville and their vintage heat. A little bit of bog down there on the exit of Tire Factory turn 2 for the pay it back, huh?
Yeah, and I love the way the Budweiser looks. It's just so meaty looking around the corner.
Yeah, I'm actually more attracted to the wing. Yeah, more attracted to the rear wing on the pay and back. Just something about it.
It's like it's the cross between the original vintage 7.5 and then you're right. Rolling with it.
I gotta go with the Bud only because, like you said, it's like muscular. It just looks like
Richland, Pasco. That was awesome.
What a display. I mean, they were jumping on it a little bit. You think there's the drivers looking at each other, oh, you want a piece? Do you want a piece? So that was a little more speed than I think most of the fans were expecting. So
that was nice.
Like it. Thanks for the show, boys.
Beautiful. And a beautiful noise on the river, too, for sure.
It's got to be a challenge to keep those boats under a certain speed, because I know if I was behind the wheel, I have a tendency to want to step on it a little bit.
Hold on there, Mr. AJ. I've heard your stories of road tripping to Seahawk games in like 2.5 hours. Hey, now you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go, roadie with
Fake news.
I think
not real.
It's all talk. It's all talk.
All right.
Speculation.
Special thanks on our broadcast to our friends over at Dryer on Fire. Does it take more than one cycle to get your clothes completely dry? Maybe it's not the dryer. It's the buildup of lint in the dryer duct. They'll get it clean. DryerOnFire.com. Also thanks to Golf Universe on Edison across from Kamaikan High, GolfUniverseTC.com. At Canyon Lakes Golf Course, why play the rest when you can play the best? look for more open play opportunities for those that are non-members at Canyon Lakes coming. Weather forecast, temperature moving up, and the winds seem to have kind of steadied themselves. We've been around 12 miles per hour out of the south and southwest, and that's where we're at right now. The temperature has moved up to 85 degrees out of the Pasco Tri-Cities Airport. Weather update brought to you by Anderson and Zentz Dental. They love to help you smile. KennewickSmiles.com. Also thanks to our friends over at Columbia Basin Paper and Supply. They can deliver to your janitorial supply closet, or you can pick up at 515 West Columbia Street in Pasco. Call 509-547-3141 for your paper and janitorial supply needs. Along with Skyline Machinery Sales, XCMG cranes, excavators, rollers, lowers, graders. They've got everything you need with superior warranty from XCMG and service after the sale. It's Skyline Machinery Sales on Oregon Avenue, Pasco, SkylineMachinery.com.
Can I jump in and say how absolutely pleasant it is? I mean,
you mean the weather?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the wind may or may not come, but I can't remember a settled temperature. You know, because if it gets to be 85 this time of year, usually it's unsettled. There's going to be some precipitation. It's going to be it'll be warm, but overall crummy. That's happened rarely, but it has happened, in the past 20 years or so. This is perfect conditions comfort-wise, and if the wind can just stay away, this might be one of my favorite boat race weekends, despite all the hiccups, the snafus, the obstacles. A lot of stuff to overcome. I've still really enjoyed this because the weather has been so cooperative.
Agreed.
So, rock on.
Special thanks to True Value Washington Hardware, downtown Kennewick. They're still open. 6 West Kennewick Avenue on the Parkade, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to noon. Same great customer service. Most unusual store, barbecues, patio items, hardware, nearly everything you need for home or garden you'll find at Washington Hardware. It's one of those stores that's just kind of done what they've done forever and will continue to do that.
You know what they do? They keep calm and they carry on.
Clover Island Inn, welcoming you to their free summer concert series, Thunder on the Island, each Wednesday night in August through August. Details info, cloverislandinn.com. Transforming now into the Hilton Spark on Clover Island. The complete renovation is underway. Same great pool, though, and the pool deck right on the Columbia. Warner RV, they're at the auto lot off 395 in Southridge, and maybe you didn't know they carry new Keystone Outback and new Keystone Hideouts. They're in stock, along with pre-owned RVs, too, and new financing options, extended terms to lower your payments. Details at warnerrv.fun. Emerald of Siam, more than fantastic food. Dara and the crew have great entertainment, too. The Tri-Cities' first Thai food restaurant, still the best, Jadwin side of the Uptown in Richland. And Atomic Screen Printing and Embroidery. Locally owned, nationally known. Official souvenirs are available. New designs for 2024 at the pit entry on the west end, Bender Village near Star Tower, and Road 42 entry gate over in Pasco. And if you like racing, don't miss out on the Napa Auto Care 150 at Tri-City Raceway Red Mountain Event Center August 10th. They'll be racing under the lights. The ARCA Menards West Series, for the first time in 24 years, will be in West Richland. Tickets online, redmountaineventcenter.com. Advanced Auto Glass. Dan knows his cracks. Get that chip repaired before it becomes a crack, before you need to replace the windshield. Advanced Auto Glass, Sylvester and 20th in Pasco. 509-543-9887. Freedom Equipment Rentals, thank you, Daniel Layton and all the crew, providing our tower and tire factory turn number 2. Take a time out. More of our coverage of the Apollo Columbia Cup next. 610 KONA. And welcome back, Brutzman's Barge, Mosteller start-finish line. Mike and Kurt with you. Glad you're along for the ride. Brad Luce, our American Radiator Pit reporter, with our Skyline Machinery Sales Tech updates. Also, Tire Factory Turn 2, Freedom Equipment Rental Lift. That's where we find A.J. Brewster.
Yep. Exactly. It's a beautiful day today, guys. Wind has died down. How is it over there?
Wind pickup. We're feeling a little bit of wind pickup, and it seemed like it switched from southwest to southeast there for a second.
As soon as you say that, it starts to die down, and that's kind of been the conundrum all day. Flags right in front of us on the barge, nothing shaking on them, but up to the Blue Bridge, obviously it's higher.
Yeah.
There's going to be more, action up there. But still, I'm just thrilled with how we've had fantastic weather. The racing has had its challenges, but it has delivered when it had to. And I'm just a big fan of nailing the starts, and like the pros that they are, they just keep getting better. The last 3 races in a row have had, you do double takes. I asked you, was that a clean start? Somebody give us an official heads up, because it was just, they've been nailing it so good, it's truly too close to call. It looks clean, and nobody has jumped the gun at all. So I think that's, again, tribute to the skill of the drivers when it comes to dialing that in and be able to hit that mark at the exact moment the clock goes 0. So, props with the props all around. Sorry, had to. We do have a heat drop.
Speaking of 3, we got 3 boats
and 3B
in the water.
Go ahead. The 9, the 40,
we got 3
the
boats
11
in the water. Yep. Exactly.
All right, so that's the 9, Beacon Plumbing, Corey Beebody. 11, Jamie Nielsen, Miss Mercury's Coffee. And also the 40 flavor pack, Dustin Eccles. Dustin's been sporting the scoop.
Got the
he's still got it.
Clock watch.
No word on our clock yet, Kurt.
No, but we are up here on the tower. We are monitoring the radio here with the officials in the corral. As soon as we start a countdown, we are in place to pick up that countdown, and we will have it, and we will go racing here in our Heat 3A.
Yeah, 3 boats in Heat 3A. Again, the 9, the 11, the 40, and then you've got 2 boats in 3B because we've had some attrition due to accidents on the water. The 91 and the 35. So Botano Homes with Gunnar O'Farrell, Andrew Tate in the 91, Miss Goodman Real Estate. Brad, did you get any information out of the Strong Racing team about what happened with Jeff Bernard in the E353 Silver Cloud Inn?
Honestly, I did not. But when this heat's over, I got to run that way. I will see if I can remember to swing by and find out what happened with him.
Yeah, you might be down there talking with Corey Peabody again. We'll see what happens. Although, watch out, Jamie Nielsen has been really good getting into that lane number 1 and having inside position. He just has to come away with a heat win at some point.
There would be some folks here from Mercury's Coffee that would be awfully happy if that happens. Here's our countdown to 5 to the 5. 1.
So tell us, Brad, a little bit about Mercury's Coffee.
Boy, I've had some fun times with those folks. They're really good people. It is a family affair. The company is led by a young man by the name of Morgan Harris. The company is based in Bellevue, Washington. They have a product which they pride themselves on, the organic coffee. I can tell you I've had some, and it is very, very good. I had my organic Morgan's coffee this morning. I had my coffee pod. So it's a small company and based out of the Pacific Northwest, and they have been very much involved from a fan perspective with unlimited hydroplane racing dating all the way back to the 1950s with Morgan's father, and his name escapes me, and that's terrible because at every venue, to include this one, he has brought me fresh cups of coffee along the way. But I've met him, I've met Morgan, the CEO, met the grandson, the wives, the kids. It's just a family affair, and they decided to sponsor the boat owned by Scott and Shannon Rainey, and they decided to sponsor it on the entire circuit, which was kind of a big step with them being based out of the Northwest. And they just honestly wanted to give back to the community. And they got hooked up with Scott and Shannon. They are very, very happy with their involvement so far. And what they've been doing at the venues along the way is they've been selling some of their product and giving away an awful lot of samples. But at this particular event, they're not. And I said, how come you're not making coffee in the pit area? And they go, back east we did, but out here we want to sit back, be with the team, and kind of watch the racing and enjoy it. So they're having a good time here. I see them. There's plenty of them walking up and down pit row, but the Morgan's Coffee sponsorship is a good one, and so far they're having a ball, and they've been successful. They've won some heats along the way, and Jamie Nielsen doing them proud.
That's awesome. Good local company, good product. Doesn't get better than that.
And a really good drive, because
Absolutely.
I think we've seen the progression over the course of the weekend. It gets better and better with each time out on the course, whether it's testing or in one of the heats, putting up a very strong showing, very competitive, very fun to watch, to see somebody just mastering this craft of boat racing. It's fun to see the young drivers coming up and getting it done.
Talking about Jamie Nielsen, who has basically come in second with Andrew Tate in a couple of heats. He's not going to have to face him on this heat, so this could be a good chance for him to get his first heat win today.
Yeah, he gets a bit of a bye on this one, but I don't know if drawing Corey Peabody's a bye, but yeah, that's what he's going to get as we move inside 7 minutes to the start of our Heat 3A. You talk about Jamie Nielsen and, one of the young drivers coming up. Well, yeah, but this is a guy who cut his teeth in Region 10 driving against the Corey Peabodys and J. Michael Kellys of the world. And when you talk to those other drivers and you mention Jamie Nielsen, they will tell you very quickly this guy is something special, and that he is not a second-place, second-fiddle driver to any of them. And if the equipment ever moves up and becomes equal to the talent of Jamie Nielsen, they're all going to have their hands full. He is a good one. And this guy, remember, he was in the Kansas City Royal Baseball Farm System. This guy gave up a career in baseball to come drive hydroplanes.
Now that is passion for the sport. That is an inspiration, really, when you have that sort of pull towards that. I mean, pro baseball prospect, that's quite the life. But choosing hydroplane racing, I like it. Maybe it was a vocation.
He still holds a few records, I understand, at Central Washington, where he played baseball there. He was a shortstop. And he was a good one.
The Wildcat,
he was a good one. I've sat and spent some time with him, and I've spent some time with that guy, and an interesting guy. He's a little quieter than maybe, well, I won't say JMK because he's pretty quiet, but he's kind of a quiet and reserved kind of guy, but when you get him to open up, he's really a nice man, and he loves to talk boat racing, very passionate about it. His father was an outboarder here in the Pacific Northwest, and so it's in the family. And how many times do we hear that? I went through the pit area this morning, and we're coming up on a countdown to the 5, and we are 4, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 mark. 5 minutes real quickly. I'll just tell you, I went down there and talked about it being in the blood and being in the family. I had a nice conversation with Andrew Tate along with Mark Tate, and it was fun to talk to the both of them at the same time. Boats coming away from the dock. A lot of color. Corey Peabody's going to come out first, head over towards AJ, and then it's going to be the aforementioned Mercury's Coffee. Had to hold it there for just a sec, make sure he was going to pop the boat loose. Jamie Nielsen is up and gone. So is Dustin Eccles over there in front of AJ. A lot of color, my friend.
Nielsen first on the inside, or Peabody first on the inside. He definitely wasn't messing around. He wants that position. Jamie Nielsen right outside him, and then, of course, Eccles coming up on the outside up the backstretch.
The wind, oh boy.
And Corey wants to come over and say hello to Michael.
Dryer on fire. Right across the infield is the 9 with Corey Peabody. That's a sharp turn to get right back into shape and go through the start-finish.
Yeah, now Corey
down the front
straightens it back.
Nielsen, Mercury's Coffee.
Slowly. He will come down the front straightaway. Jamie Nielsen, the Mercury's Coffee, is going to come down here. Corey starts to punch it a little bit. There goes Jamie. Jamie's going to cut the race course and head over to the other side again. Perfectly legal maneuver as long as you do it in the right spot. He did. Corey put his foot in it, and he's going to run around and maybe accelerate and come up alongside Jamie. Keep an eye on that one, guys, because as you said, Michael, this guy, Jamie Nielsen, and that U11 Mercuries.com, he's got a knack of getting that inside lane.
Now, will Peabody jump through the infield? Yes, there he goes through the DMZ Dryer on Fire infield. Is he going to have room to jump in there at the start-finish? He will, as Nielsen is just coming off the exit pin of Buffalo Brothers Turn 4. Meanwhile, Eccles, Flavor Pack 40, full speed around the top end of the course, outside in lane number 4.
Now will Eccles cut across?
So Peabody in one.
Try and take advantage.
There goes Nielsen.
Well, whatever you can do, I can do better. DMZ, Dryer and Fire infield. I'm going to go claim lane number 1 for now. Maybe Peabody will return the favor at the top end of the course again through the Dryer on Fire infield, huh?
How much time is left?
2:19. So they may be on that slow crawl. This may be their position.
Eccles looks like he's setting up.
Yeah,
to
keep an eye on him up there because we're just coming up now on 2 minutes, so they've got to knock off some time. But again, this is where the new start procedure comes into play, and the fact that the 80-mile-an-hour rule is not on the table, because clearly Jamie Nielsen is creeping and crawling, so's Corey for that matter, up the backstretch.
Yeah.
They're going well below 80 miles an hour, and Peabody just lost the fire. Keep an eye on Corey.
Yeah, there was a puff of smoke. And then he went dead in the water. He's trying to get it spooled back up, and looks like he will be okay. But that
he may be okay, but that's going to shove him on the outside of Eccles when they get her. Now look at Corey's going to put his foot in it, and we are about 6 seconds away from the score up.
Score. So they're clean at the score up. Nielsen, Eccles, Peabody, 1, 2, 3. Again, this is
yeah, here they come. It's Jamie Nielsen going to get down here to the bottom end of the race course. What it is now, it's all about protecting your lane. And I got radio guys right down below me who are radioing the two boats out front saying, Corey's coming, and Corey may want to move left. You guys better accelerate, and don't let him get overlap on you. Watch him up the backstretch, Michael.
Yeah, they will not. Dustin Eccles pulled way out in front to do any kind of thwart any kind of a leapfrog over there. Nice job by Eccles and Nielsen. But they're going to have a little bit of time now as they reach the top end of the course.
Exactly, a little bit too much excitement. We were at the 20-second marker, so this is really where your timing marks come in.
Watch them as they get ready to spool up on the outside. Peabody's going to go ahead and wind her up with 13 seconds.
That's a smart move by Peabody. In fact, he should hit the start-finish line right at the market full speed.
Yep, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This will be a good start. It's clean. Peabody, though, he's got the momentum on the outside. Short track on the inside, though, for Nielsen. And you've got Eccles in the tunnel coming down the front stretch. Nielsen really backed out the throttle. He's lost power.
You lost Jamie Nielsen, but you got Corey Peabody on the outside off to his left with Dustin Eccles, and I think Dustin may have surprised Corey with the amount of acceleration he had across start-finish. AJ's in front of you.
Eccles got the inside, but Peabody really came off screaming on the outside. Watch for him to take him over as he goes up the backstretch.
Eccles pulling even with Peabody nearly as they get to the entrance pin. All doors 3. Eccles on the inside, backed off the throttle a little bit. Peabody's holding him in tight as they come around the exit pin of Buffalo Brothers turn number 4. Peabody's going to take the lead. Eccles about 5 boat lengths back as they come down the front stretch into DQ Grill and Chill turn number 1. Peabody with the lead.
Corey Peabody, Beacon Plumbing, got about 4 boat lengths on the boat off to his left, which is Dustin Eccles in a flavor pack, but Eccles is giving ground, AJ.
Eccles looked good, then all of a sudden hit some really rough water, slowed him down. Peabody screaming off the corner. He's almost now overtaking him. Looks like he could move into first lane if he wants to.
It's over a Rooster Tail lead. A Rooster Tail and a half now for Corey Peabody as he dives into all doors, turn number 3. That boat looks so good on the water right now, the Beacon Plumbing. Eccles had to back off through 1 and 2 and through 3 and 4 as well, and Peabody's going to roll to the checkered flag on this one.
Peabody won the race, turn 4, lap 2. He put it down. He got through that corner better than anybody I've seen yet on the outside, and that's where I think he won the race.
Well, Corey's through the corner clean down here. He'll head on up the backstretch. That's that buoy that's been in question. We heard Corey talking about it when I walked down the dock with him after his last heat win, and I think that cost Mr. Eccles when they came down here on lap 2, and that time Dustin just said, no, I'm not going to go fight that buoy another time. It's a little sharp up there. Bring our leader and our apparent winner down for a checkered flag, Michael.
Wow, a glint of the reflective blue paint as the 9 Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody, takes the checkered flag in Heat 3A.
Peabody proud as a peacock in that glinting paint scheme.
The Truss Company, Heat 3A in the books, and Eccles will take second place. Good action. Yeah, Brad brings out the point about the buoy that's of question in that apex area of turn 1 to turn 2, DQ to tire factory. And AJ, can you see what he's talking about with that marker that looks a little
not
off?
only is it sharp because the marker seems a little far out, but I got white caps in between turn 1 and turn 2 right now in that corner. So especially when Eccles came around the corner, I saw him try and adjust on that buoy, and man, he hit a wave, kind of bounced a little bit, really slowed him down a lot as Peabody just kept riding the speed out of turn 2 down the backstretch. It's rough through turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, that did cost Eccles. If, the rough water, the marker that we've been talking about, Brad noticed at first that seems to be jutting out a little bit far, changes the attitude, the angle that you attack. Then throw in some rough water with it, and that makes for a really tough turn to negotiate.
Is it a problem getting that to adjust? Is that something that they could look at?
It makes it even stranger when you have each corner is now different when they should be identical.
Let's go down to the pits, Brad. Loose.
Well, they don't have to be identical, but because we got asymmetrical race courses, but it's got to at least be symmetrical, if you will. When you can't change the arc of the corner partway through it, and I don't know if that makes any sense, but it just looks like it's out of line, and Corey spoke of it. I'll ask him. I'm on my way down there right now. You probably hear the golf cart here, my lovely little rod that I've got that's saving my legs and my energy. But I'll ask him about it and see what he thinks. I've got to think it's better in lane 2 than getting pinned in there on the inside if it's indeed that sharp. And it just really looks way out of line. It doesn't look right. I think one of the bigger questions that come out of that heat is what happened to Jamie Nielsen in the Mercury's.com Mercury's Coffee. Boat had been running beautifully so far this weekend, and it's like when he went to put his foot in it to come down to the start-finish line, the boat just didn't respond, and he brought her right back to the pit area. He didn't spend any time hanging around trying to figure out if he could get her back up and running. He brought it right back, so I'm going to head down there, and I think I'll start there, and then I'll grab Corey on the way back down. So bear with me here a minute, guys. Take it for a sec. I'll run and get Mercury's. Yes.
So do the boats, the turbines, they don't necessarily like trolling and then being asked to respond quickly, right? We saw that with Corey Peabody. He went off plane for a moment and had to restart. Are they just not happy about the new start procedure going that slow?
No, I don't think that's the issue. Again, I think it's all this learning curve. They all know that. If you take this turbine engine and you drop it all the way down or start to back it way up, you run the risk of having the whole thing drop down to what they call ground idle. And once it gets there, you've got to literally let the motor drop itself all the way down to nothing and then slowly begin to spool it all the way back up. So it's not just like touch the starter again real quick and away we go. Not going to work that way. So there's some frantic action of sorts going here around the U11. I'm looking for Jamie. I'm not seeing him. We will find Mr. Nielsen and see if we can get a word, or we'll find Scott Rainey. Scott's always good about filling us in on what's going on. The boat is back. It is up on the trailer, so they worked quickly to get the 11 back in. Looking, okay, I've got an eye on Corey. He's up at the far end. Bear with me here.
Special thanks on our broadcast to Rooster Tail Wrap-Up sponsor, Grocery Outlet, with name brands at low prices. So their trick is buying opportunistic items for less, passing the savings along to you. No club membership needed. Let the bargain hunt begin at Grocery Outlet Bargain Market. Be listening for our Hydro Rooster Tail Wrap-Up show coming up at the conclusion of our broadcast after the Apollo Columbia Cup Final. So the H1 Unlimited Heat 3A from the Truss Company. Congratulations to Corey.
Michael, I've got an update.
Plumbing.
I got an update on the U11, the Mercury's Coffee. Well, it's not much of an update, but I did speak with boat owner Scott Rainey, who said, I asked him, I said, do you know what's wrong? He says, we don't know yet. And he said Jamie felt a bit of a vibration, so rather than risk it, he just slowed it down and brought it in. But they're diving under the bonnet right now. The Brain Trust is on the decks, and they will ascertain what the problem is and dive into it. So Mercury's Coffee, not their best heat, but as we all know, if you're going to have a heat that's not your best, don't have it in the final. Have it earlier in the day. Keeping an eye on Corey Peabody. I'll have him when we're ready. Our next heat, albeit only two boats, both of them are in the water. The Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes is in the water. And that's been kind of a fun story this week, and talking about Gunnar O'Farrell, the man who is, if you want to scare Gunnar to death, show him a microphone. Worse yet, show him a camera. But yesterday he was seeking me out for interviews. It's been kind of fun to watch this kid move up and grow a little bit that way. He's excited. Then he actually yelled at me last night because he got a third-place finish after a nice drive, and he was mad that I didn't come talk to him and put a microphone in his face. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to ask Corey Peabody this time. Probably going to just center a little bit on the race course. It didn't look to me like they moved that buoy at all. Is it still kind of funky out there?
No, it's better. So, yeah. Or maybe we're just getting used to it. But, you know, it seems better, and happy to get some points for us, and looking forward to the final.
Yeah, because that's it now for you. So you guys can just focus on that main event at the end.
Yeah. We're going to go in the truck and sit down and see what we can figure out, and get ready to race against Dustin and Jamie and
that guy up there.
Yeah, that guy back there. So, you know, but it'll be a great final. Hopefully we put on a good show for the crowd. Hopefully the Beacon Plumbing boat comes out on top, and hopefully we're talking to you at the end of the day.
I like it when guys like to talk to me. You like this course. We started the weekend with that discussion. I know you like this different one, but you like this body of water. How about that?
Yeah, it's getting better, you know. I mean, moving the buoys around, you know, they're doing what they can, and, you know, hopefully it's a great show, and I'm looking forward to the final. It's really all it is.
Corey Peabody ready to defend his Columbia Cup title that he's got. And as I do that, there is a countdown in my ear. And I'm not sure what that was. I'm going to expect that was 5 to the 5.
9 minutes and 51 seconds, Brad. And we're going to step aside and take a quick timeout before we run 3B for Truss Company here with the Apollo Columbia Cup. We will step aside on 610 KONA, back after a quick timeout for Heat 3B from the Truss Company with a 91 Andrew Tate and the 35 Boitano Homes, Gutters by Keith with Gunnar O'Farrell next.
At American Family Insurance, we know owning a business takes hard work. From long
Countdown clock has been on, but all of a sudden it's been removed from our screen. But we should be close to that 5-minute mark, I would think. Brad Luce, our American Radiator pit reporter, with our Skyline Machinery Sales tech updates from the pits.
And I think I see a little more wind.
No.
Just a little?
No.
Good. Stay away, windy.
86 degrees. Anderson and Zentz weather forecast calling for a high of 91.
Who do we got out there?
Well, guys, down here on the dock, you're talking maybe a little bit about some wind, but there's 3 of us that are standing down here in the dock. You guys getting blown away down here in this heavy wind?
No, in fact, the light breeze feels pretty good.
It feels good, and I'll tell you, there's not much of it blowing down here. I see the Old Glory moving around up there, but our 2 boats are in the water. We are on the clock. I'm going to find my way up the top of the tower. And we've got the U-91 at Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate. Nobody solved that puzzle. That's one of my favorite lines. Nobody has solved that puzzle this weekend. And next up to take a swing, young Gunners O'Farrell with the Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes. So that's your 2-boat field. Don't have a lot of boats, but we got a couple ready to go. Michael, I'll throw it back up to you on the tower.
Thank you, Brad. And if you do hear a countdown, let us know. All of a sudden, our official countdown timer is off the monitor. So we are in the dark a little bit as to when that will start, but they should be starting fairly soon.
Capsules are still open, so we got a minute.
We've got a black flag on the course. So we've got a buoy issue, and that has caused a delay.
Usual suspects, or maybe a new friend to the...
AJ, it's probably down by you in Tire Factory Turn 2 or DQ Grill and Chill Turn 1.
Who's the buoy tender?
I
need a red
anything
one.
out of place unless they want to mix that. They want to move.
No, but there's a boat working on that white buoy right there. Wow. Interesting. Well, this gives us a chance to talk with Hector Cruz, one of the board of directors, former president of the Water Follies. And with Visit Tri-Cities, Hector Cruz is up at the start-finish line. Hector, it's good to have you up here with us. How you doing?
Oh, good to be here. Great. Thank you for having me here. It's awesome to be here, part of this. It's just been an awesome event here for us. We're excited.
As past president, is it kind of refreshing to be here in a different capacity?
Yes, it is a different role here, but we all have a lot of different roles. We all do different things here. It's just that we have an amazing board of directors here. It's just an awesome group to be a part of.
So what do you think about racing action so far?
It's been amazing. We've been really fortunate to have this weather here right now, and we couldn't ask for anything better. We talked to the fans. The fans are excited. It's great to be out there with the fans, all the hospitality tents. Everybody's having a good time.
So as far as Visit Tri-Cities is concerned, a success for the community event like this with the attendance that you've seen?
Yeah, these kinds of events mean a lot to us. Great community event, thousands of people, both sides of the river shore. Just, the impact it has for our community. We couldn't ask for anything more.
You look at some of the private areas, and they are just full of people. And all of the shoreline on the Pasco side, that's what we can see from the Kennewick shore here at the start-finish line. It's full of private tents.
All the private tents. It's awesome to just see the amount of people here. You look, I came from the Pasco side just earlier, crossed the Blue Bridge, looked over, and it's just an amazing sight to see. Just to seeing the crowds. You have people, for both local people, you have visitors. It could be their first time that they're here from out of town, and this is what we want people to see.
So much to see and do, and this is just a part of it, to bring people here. Hector Cruz, Visit Tri-Cities, and Board of Directors for Water Follies, thank you.
Thank you. Great.
So we turn the headset back over to Kurt Cartier. Our countdown is underway for Heat 3B from the Trust Company on 610 KONA, Kennewick, Richland, Pasco. That's a good gentleman right there. Countdown to 5, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Mark, 5-minute mark. And boats should be headed to Tire Factory Turn 2 and A.J. Brewster.
Don't see ignition yet.
He got nothing.
There's
I got nothing.
Oh, here we go. There we go.
Action.
Gunnar O'Farrell starting to move.
Race. Yes.
Goodman Real Estate still sitting up. There we go. Goodman Real Estate just lit up.
35, Batano Holmes. Gutters by Keith. Gunnar O'Farrell.
Be interesting that the 91 has not really had.
Been tested?
Well, the stiffest of competition.
Has not been tested.
No. And is this the last set of heats before the final?
Yeah.
Well, then I guess we're really going to find out who's Marks and who's Calculus. You got to love the defending champion, but right now, nobody's solved the Tate puzzle, as Brad likes to say.
Well, and Tate's hit his marks.
And he's been the consummate professional through and through, driver. I mean, just look at these corners that he's coming off.
Inside, outside, you know he's had a share of planes all over the course.
Very well done, sir.
Cutting across the dryer on fire infield. Here comes the Goodman Real Estate 91 onto the front stretch. Andrew Tate, Miss Madison Racing Team. They've got to be happy with the way he's performed this season.
Outstanding. And I'm just hoping for
Here he cuts
a competitive, clean start. So,
wow.
See if we can get a couple of laps or two of some competitive racing for the final.
On to the Horn Rapids RV backstretch. Out of Tire Factory Turn 2 is the Gutters by Keith. Batano Holmes, 35. Gunnar O'Farrell. And I would suggest that he will remain to the outside of Andrew Tate in the 91 Goodman Real Estate Miss Madison. Tate into All Doors 3. Buffalo Brothers 4. Onto the front stretch to the Mosteller start-finish line.
How much time?
2:30. And if you're 2:30, then you should go to Anderson and Dental.
How long have you been waiting to say that joke?
Just came to me. It's all fresh.
Don't let it lie to you. It's been 2.5 days. You've been lying in the weeds with that crack.
So scribbled on the top of his page.
Yeah. And the weeds that are dominating certain buoys around here. A buoy tender. I need a couple of orange ones.
2 minutes.
A yellow one. Maybe throw in an extra orange one. I like those.
Our score up buoy, minute 15 mark, start finish line. They're on the back stretch. Horn Rapids RV about midway up. Remember, it's a shorter chute because we've moved the course downriver. For those of you not with us since day one, this course has been compacted to a 2-mile super speedway instead of 2.5. They're backing way off the throttle. This is not the start of the race. Instead, this is the 1:15 score-up maneuver to the start-finish line. They cannot pass start-finish before 1:15.
They can start walking on it now because we've got one mark. There's the score-up.
But there's really no issue, right? You still are just timing at this point. There's only 2 boats.
Right.
You're not really fighting for lanes at this point. It's going to be O'Farrell outside, Tate inside.
What's the difference in the points in this?
4 and 3. 400, 300.
400 and 300. So,
I mean, these are big points for O'Farrell.
Dude, there's no question about it. Yes, of course. So, you'll want to take a run at him, do the best that you can, but make sure that finish the race, get the points. That's what it's all about.
You stay clean.
All you can do is stay clean in the races against the drivers that are put in front of you. That's all you can do. Just take care of your own business.
And after what we've seen this weekend, stay on the water.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exit
it's
pin,
unlikely
turn 2.
that Tate will make a
there's
mistake.
30 seconds.
He could. Gunnar still could take advantage of this.
No, you're waiting for your competitor to make a mistake.
Oh, this one's definitely going to be a good start. They got a long ways to go.
18 seconds, and yeah, they can ramp it up. Getting to the 10-second mark as they get to the top end in between 3 and 4. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark it clean. O'Farrell with boat speed. Well, he's just taking it kind of easy down the front stretch. A little stroll in Columbia Park and Wade Park as they dive into DQ Grill and Chill turn number 1.
AJ coming to you. Gunner's got a lead on the outside.
Yeah, as they hit turn 1, Gunner had the lead, but as they hit turn 2, Tate's got the lead. Now Gunner has some good speed on the outside. We got a good race down the backstretch, Mike.
I think Andrew just waved goodbye as he hit the gas. Pulling away on the backstretch. He wants to get into all doors turn number 3 unencumbered. And now he gets to Buffalo Brothers turn 4. O'Farrell's trying to hang with him, but now a half a rooster tail back. Tate may let him back into it a little bit down the front stretch. O'Farrell's charging hard on the outside. Tate's not pushing it too hard as they go down to DQ Grill and Chill turn 1.
Maybe simulating race conditions.
Only a couple of boat lengths between them, and it's a nice run for Gunner as he's got a great boat ride down the front straightaway. AJ.
Tate on the inside. It's rough. He slowed down a little bit, gave Gunner a shot to catch back up from the outside as they fly down the backstretch. Is he catching him? Looks like he's catching him for me.
Tate in turn 2 hit a little bit of a wave over there. You can see that sponson come out and wave at you. Up to all doors 3.
They're running together.
4. And Tate now with a half a rooster tail lead.
Now you're just not going to catch him. It's almost like he's trying to slow down to maybe simulate a situation in the final where there's going to be a lot more chop, especially going into turn 1. But after that experiment, he's like, okay, I'm just going to finish this and be done.
White flag is out.
Tate coming around turn 2. Way out in front by just over a rooster tail. Gunner O'Farrell looks like he's just happy to get the 300 points in second. He's settled in now.
Points in the pocket. That gets you to the podium.
Just get to the finish line. Take those points. Again, as Brad said, the puzzle of Mr. Tate still remains unsolved.
Checkered flag is out. Goodman Real Estate. It's been a great weekend, and it gets even better with a Trust Company 3B Heat victory for Goodman Real Estate. Well done, Andrew Tate, all weekend long. Consistency. That's what it's all about. And Gunner O'Farrell, Patano Homes, and Gutters by Keith. A lot of points right there.
That means a lot.
It's huge.
That means a lot to the team. You know, that's going to remember Tri-Cities this weekend for picking up a cluster of points. Goes a long way.
And he had a pretty good run against the points leader, too. So, he's got nothing to be shy about. He had a nice run.
Oh, he should be proud of his accomplishment. That was really nice. And those lumpy conditions down in DQ1 and Tire Factory 2, that's, like I said, there was that second lap that we could see the sponson pop up just a little bit after hitting a little bit of a wave down there, that lumpy water. And nice job by Andrew Tate to keep the Goodman Real Estate heading in the right direction.
And the wins.
Lane 1 has been that way all day.
Yeah. Everybody's chasing it down. Have you seen extra churn down in the lower end of the course, or has it been pretty much consistent, a little soupy, but not something that's so choppy that you really got to worry about going into a hole?
Well, the thing that I've noticed is that in the setup laps, their speed has been pretty good. And so I've noticed waves really starting to build up by what you would normally see in the second lap or maybe the third lap. You're getting pretty rough water through the first lap, and it just gets worse and worse. The wind may be a slight factor. It's not really that windy. I think it's more the speed on all the setup laps beforehand that's really causing the churn up down here.
Yeah, boats are churning it up. We need to pause for a quick break. We'll be back on 610 KONA with the Apollo Columbia Cup next.
Water Follies 2024, Apollo Columbia Cup, and STCU Over the River Air Show, continuing coverage. Thanks to Griggs Ace Hardware, with 4 locations to serve you. Now, let's go back to the river on 610 KONA.
Big points, Andrew Tate. And the 91 Miss Goodman Real Estate from qualifying through the heat victories today with another first place.
Hey, Michael.
3B from the Trust Company.
Michael, let me jump on you a little bit.
Gunnar O'Farrell and gutters by Keith taking second place in heat 3B from Trust Company.
Michael, let me jump on in here a little bit because I've got the aforementioned Gunnar O'Farrell. Well, you ran with him for a couple of laps. You made it fun.
Yeah, it was fun being out there right next to him. So I don't know if it'll happen again, but we could try.
Looked like you nailed the start.
Closer than before. I think I'm still about a second off.
But then all of a sudden on lap 2, he kind of said, see ya.
Yeah, I think he was done with me.
But you've had a good weekend. I know you yelled at me yesterday because I didn't come down and interview you after your wonderful, and it was, third-place finish. You drove the daylights out of that boat yesterday, and you're doing the same today.
I sure tried to. I'd like to do it again. I know we're in the final now, so that's good.
Yep. And you got to be getting to know the boat better and better.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot more comfortable over this weekend.
I've made the comment a couple of times on the air that people have to remember, yeah, you got qualified a couple of years ago out here, but your first race was a year ago in Seattle at the APBA Gold Cup.
That's true, and I'd say my first actual race was here this weekend, just yesterday.
That's right, because you were relegated to the outside lane.
Yeah. I stayed in the outside lane yesterday as well, but was able to hold them off, so.
You having a good time?
I am.
Good. Well, keep the boat in one piece, nail a good start, bring them down here to the corner, and see what happens after that in the final.
We sure hope so.
That's the plan, right?
Yep.
All right, how about this guy that's standing here? We're joined over here by Bobby King. You guys were gabbing here in the dock, and I came over and grabbed you both. Young man, first of all, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right, Brad. Definitely going to be a little sore tomorrow. Feel bad for the Graham Trucking team and Rob Graham, but this is a hard-working team, and I know they're going to get back together for sure.
What happened?
Just got caught up in a racing incident. Got caught up in some spray, kind of lost where it was at, and next thing I knew, I was up to 40's rooster tail. I don't put the blame on anybody. I think it's just one of those racing incidents, and if you race these things long enough, it's going to happen.
How's the boat?
For what happened and what it could have been, the boat's in relatively good shape. I know Tom Anderson and the boys have been all over this thing since it got back to the dock. They're going to get back home to Seattle as fast as they can and start and put things back together.
Because that's what you were saying while we were off mic here. That's the plan. Put the thing back on the water on Lake Washington.
We hope so, and that's, Rob Graham's hometown, and that's where Graham Trucking's at, so I know he's going to want the boat on the water, but we'll see what these Graham Trucking boys can do.
Well, they've been pretty good in the past somehow. I wouldn't expect anything else. And I'm not sure you have a choice in the whole thing, because now we got Denslow standing over here. He's telling you, no, you're going to be in Seattle.
Absolutely, to support H1 and then, to support the Seattle Seafair race, obviously boat count is going to be huge there, and, we want to put as many boats on the water for the best show for the fans in Seattle.
And we've got so many local sponsors in that area they want their boat on the water. One of them, Graham Trucking. You're driving one of the key names.
Oh, absolutely. And like I said, for H1 and for the sport, we hope to be there in Seattle, just a place with such rich history and, great fan base, and just want to get out on that beautiful Lake Washington.
I'll ask you the same question I asked young Mr. O'Farrell over here. You having a good time?
I'm having a good time. I had a good time with the gunner there. We had a nice little fun little heat there, and he snuck one out on me, but
batteries? Not sure. All of a sudden, Brad Luce disappeared.
Sounded like a battery thing to me.
Well, time to check the
No, wait a minute. That was operator error. My index finger on my right finger, on the right phone. And now I can't even talk straight. Anyway, these guys, they put on a great show yesterday. We look forward again next week, but thanks to both of you for the show you put on here. I hope you feel okay tomorrow, Bobby.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Bobby King. Gunner, you're just a media darling now, young man. Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Gunner O'Farrell. I'm sorry, guys. My finger slid down on the button. And it's only had the boss, man. I got Mike Denslow standing right here, and all of a sudden I heard in my ear, yeah, we lost Brad. I have no idea what happened to him. Guys, I'll send it back up to you. What do we got next on our schedule?
More racing fun, Brad.
Exactly.
But before we do, we understand that Nick Kish with the H1 Unlimiteds has some video that we're going to be able to see, and this would be onboard camera footage from the Beacon Electric, and this was from yesterday. As you can see, he was diving in, or heading up the backstretch now into turn number 3, all doors. Peabody's just to the outside. He had a little bit of a roller and then lost, probably came unhooked and then went right up the rooster tail, and we'll have another angle here in slow motion. You see, there's the rollers. Dipped down a little bit, dipped up, dipped down again, and then right into the wake and up the rooster tail.
Like climbing a wall.
And then you see sky eventually? Yes, there's the sky.
And here comes the water.
That's not what you want to see.
No.
Or what you want to feel.
It's just the, and here's from the back of the hydroplane.
Again, this is J. Michael Kelly in the 1 Beacon Electric. We're watching on the monitor here. This is all courtesy of H1 Unlimited YouTube. And there you go upside down. And wow, that's the spin cycle right there.
The advancement of the technology.
Hey, I got a question, guys.
Living color on the monitors.
Cockpit footage now. Hold on just a second, AJ. This was his view. Oh, right up and over and back over and into the water. And then you see nothing but water all around you. That is, that's quite a ride.
Is that posted on their YouTube page?
I would imagine that it's up on the YouTube now
okay.
For H1 Unlimited.
Top-notch work down there,
Nick Kish and
very well done. Thank you.
Canamore said, everybody with the H1 Unlimited video, thank you so much for the YouTube excellence that you've been providing throughout this event and all season long. Let's go to AJ Brewster, Tire Factory Turn 2.
So my question, since I don't have a screen out here and can't see what you're looking at, is can you see Peabody's lane? Does he squeeze in a little bit on the second half of that arch, or does he hold it pretty straight?
He held it straight. There was just some rollers that kind of forced the one with J. Michael Kelly to kind of edge out a little bit.
There's been a lot of argument about that online about what happened.
So this was not overhead footage?
Right. You can access the footage that we're talking about now on their YouTube page to see in real time slow motion replay, then a couple of different angles from the back of the boat, and you'll see that it was a couple of dipsy doodles. One dipped down, came back up, and then a big roller before kind of riding the wall of water with the right sponson. So the different angles will show that. Again, thanks to the H1 crew, the visuals are just truly outstanding.
And you know, it was interesting because, and AJ, Brad Luce, American Radiator Pit Reporter, Skyline Machinery Sales Updates that we've had for tech reports down in the pits, we were all talking about this ahead of the race. Will the teammates race against each other? Will they help one another? And they were fully racing. They were engaged in racing, and that's what happens.
That's right.
That's what can happen.
So, and, you know, I think I remember Brad commenting, you know, it is strictly forbidden for any of the teammate sort of stuff to happen. So if there ever was a glaring example of, no, there is no teammate helping one another, that's it.
But those rollers were kind of sideways with him, and as he caught that last one right up into the wake and up into the rooster tail.
And it almost seems like it was inevitable when he hit the second roller, which really got his pitch off. It was like there's just really no way to recover from
that. Not at that speed.
Not at that speed.
So let's check the schedule because Brad Luce requested.
Thanks, Brad, for the request. Now we're going to get on with the countdown.
At 3:30, we have the 2.5 stock hydroplane final heat thanks to IBEW Local 112.
15 minutes out.
Yeah, and they put on quite a show. Now, the question, though, was about J. Michael Kelly at the end of the last heat in the yellow 12. Seemed to have a little bit of a mechanical issue.
Right.
Didn't finish strong. But what will happen? Also, the 87. the red boat with the white numerals with John Walty and Kelly Burnett, that boat went back before the race started to the Lamson pits.
Okay.
So Oslockson, Kelly, Bernard, Davenport, remember, he went dead in the water, need a lucky leaf tow back to the pits after the race was complete.
That's correct.
So a lot of questions. And then the 225 with Justin Burnett, who's been really strong but hasn't had that checkered flag just yet. It can be anybody's race, and it's coming up, the 2.5 liters, thanks to IBEW Local 112. Oh, that smarted my knee.
That hurts.
It's a table leg.
I know.
It's also known as an immovable object.
And, yeah, the resistible force, that's sorry about your knee.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
88 degrees now at the Pasco Tri-Cities Airport, and winds remain out of the southwest at, just reopening the app, 11 miles per hour.
And we have yet to see those potential 20-mile-an-hour gusts. We're thinking that it might be on the way, but as we approach 3:15 in the afternoon, this beautiful Sunday, dodging bad weather so far. So,
is that a Delta flight? Man, they screwed up with that thing. Jeez.
Yeah, that's American Airlines.
Okay, hi, American. You're okay.
Please check your flight status before you go to the airport. We'll take a timeout on 610 KONA. More of our coverage coming up from the Apollo Columbia Cup. To the Bretzman's Memorial Barge at the start-finish line. Mosteller start-finish line. Mike and Kurt with you. Tire Factory Turn 2, Freedom Equipment Rental Lift. That's A.J. Brewster, American Radiator Pit Reporter, with our Skyline Machinery Sales Tech Updates, Brad Luce. And we are getting ready for a countdown for some racing action with the 2.5 liters that's on our schedule next. And we should be seeing boats in the water for our final for the 2.5 liters, thanks to the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 112, for a brighter future.
And we do.
What do you see?
Looks like I see the red boat of Davenport. Are they starting to head out now? Yep, here they come.
Yep.
Oh, wow, the clock just magically appeared right as we came back.
Yeah.
I hear somebody walking on it.
We have 4 boats off the dock. We got the bright red 6 of Kyle Davenport. Then the gray silver 3. Then the 77. And then the 225.
So 4 boats out. Any others coming out of the pits?
Not yet. Oh, here we go.
You don't see the yellow 12?
Here it comes right now. He's just leaving the docks right now.
Okay. So the yellow 12, J. Michael Kelly, will answer the bell for this final heat.
Yep.
And remember, we just saw the video of his crash from yesterday. That was dramatic. And you know he's feeling it. And he's strapped into another hydroplane, bouncing around in the cockpit in a 2.5 liter IBEW Local 112 final for the 2.5 liters right now.
It's really difficult to define the passion that that gentleman has for driving race boats. To be able to survive that kind of a crash, out of the hospital, get checked and cleared, and then get right back in the cockpit. That's a warrior. That's a gladiator right there.
Davenport coming down the front stretch. Will turn left at the entrance to turn number 1. Again, a 2-turn course for our limiteds. That includes the 2.5 liters, the E350s, and the GP boats. Davenport leads the field to the backstretch. Horn Rapids RV backstretch. Then you've got the white and orange 225 with Justin Barnett, Oz Loxon in the black 77. On the front stretch, J. Michael Kelly in the yellow 12. In the corner and struggling with power is Jeff Bernard in the silver 3. Looks like he's struggling headed towards you, AJ, in the Tire Factory Tower.
Yeah, that's interesting because I would consider him the leader in this heat. But he's under power. He's just really moving slow right now.
2 minutes.
He's almost at a complete stop now. He may have lost complete power. Looks like he's got refired again. But really moving slow. Not sure if that's a problem or
not a positive development at all.
No.
So up at the top end of the course, with your park and start on the inside is Davenport. And I'm not shocked. He's been doing it all weekend.
He's got a $130 to float.
But even with that inside position, he still hasn't been able to come away with a win.
No, and he still hasn't been able to hit the start-finish line on the mark. So for somebody who is parked there, he's
Bernard on the backstretch, starting
it's like idling.
To get onto a plane.
So maybe this is all on purpose. 1 minute, 10 seconds mark.
Yeah, maybe he was just killing some time, but it didn't look good.
No, playing.
Here comes everybody up behind him.
No.
Oz Loxon on the inside. Burnett on the outside.
Okay, speaking of possum, where's the yellow? Oh, there's the yellow boat. Top end of the course.
Still parked.
Yep, at the entrance pin to turn 2. Clock at 50 seconds.
5-0.
So Davenport in 1. Bernard may slide into 2. Kelly could be in 3 right now. Burnett in 4.
This is the biggest case of park and float that we've had thus far.
Yeah, they are all just sitting at the top end of the course.
25 seconds.
I kind of like J. Michael Kelly's position.
Who's this coming from the
Just
backside?
coming into the corner now, and he'll have some boat speed, and we'll see where he goes. All right, so on the inside,
10 seconds.
yep, you're going to have Bernard on the inside. Davenport really doesn't have much room. He's trapped. Oslockson will have the boat speed, but I think getting away early, J. Michael Kelly may have been early. So you've got Davenport out there, and Bernard behind him coming down the front stretch. Race leader on the course, J. Michael Kelly heading into turn number 1.
J. Michael Kelly in the lead right now, coming around turn number 1, although we got 2 other boats on the inside. Oslockson looks like he's in second, although fighting tight with somebody on the inside. I can't see who that is. Is that Davenport?
Bernard.
Bernard on the inside. Then Davenport coming in fourth. There I see him.
J. Michael Kelly up the back stretch with the lead. Bernard gaining on the inside. Oslockson right in the mix. Davenport falling off the pace. Coming into turn number 2 to finish lap number 1. J. Michael Kelly with the boat speed and the momentum. Bernard on the inside, a shorter course. Wow, that is a tight turn at the exit pin of turn number 2. Bernard with the lead. J. Michael Kelly falls off the pace a little bit. Oslockson looking to climb up into second place, maybe. Coming down the front stretch. Bernard has the lead as they come down to turn number 1. In second place, J. Michael Kelly. Oslockson in third.
Bernard looking amazing through turn 1. J. Michael Kelly, lane 2, holding strong to second position, although Oslockson's really fighting from the outside in lane 3. Following the rear about 2-3 Rooster Tails behind, of course, is Davenport, and then Burnett way behind.
So up the back stretch, it's Bernard with the silver 3 in the lead for strong racing. Oslockson and Kelly fighting for second place. Kelly's in second, Oslockson in third as they get to turn 2. It's the final heat for the IBEW Local 112 International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Final heat. White flag is out. Bernard with the lead.
12 and 77 both jumped. Violations on the 12 and the 77.
So the race leader on the course is your race leader in the books, Jeff Bernard. Oslockson and Kelly in second and third. Jump the gun. That'll put Davenport in second place in the red boat. And right now the third place boat will be Justin Burnett in the 225.
Bernard taking it easy. He knows he's in first place by a long way. I don't know if they've let him know. Then we got the next 2 boats, which are, how far back are they? Are they a lap down or are they a minute back?
What's the penalty?
So the race leader, Bernard, up the back stretch. Final turn. Jumping the gun, J. Michael Kelly, along with the 77, Oslockson. Oh, Bernard, a little skid on the top turn. He was still pushing it hard.
Gets a little loose.
Being pushed from behind by Oslockson. Gets to the Mosteller start-finish line. Checkered flag. And the 2.5 liter victory in the final heat for Jeff Bernard. And the Silver 3, Silver Cloud Strong Racing.
Props to Mr. Oslockson. Never gave up. Continued to dial the leader in. Maybe with one more lap he would have had a chance, but 5-lap final in the books. Thank you for the thrilling racing this weekend. Love this class of boats. Love all the classes. It's been some good stuff this weekend, Mike.
The E350 final coming up in just a few. Thanks to Par Lumber. Well, you could see it. They were just a tick early. And I thought J. Michael Kelly was in such good position in about lane 3.
Right.
Just kind kind of waiting at the entrance to turn 2 on the Horn Rapids RV backstretch, but he didn't time it quite right. Got there just a touch early.
It's just, you know, I love those starts, and I just found it fascinating that there were 5 different boats with 5 different approaches to when they were going to finally get on it to get toward the start-finish line.
And Oz Loxton again had the boat speed.
He sure did.
But he was just a little bit early.
Yep, just a little early.
But he didn't miss the corner.
No, he didn't miss the turn.
That was a Friday mistake. That was,
he
had a really good weekend. He's been, you know, it's fun to see the drivers' progress, especially some of the newcomers to the race course. You know, again, obviously the modification from 2.5 miles down to 2 miles, but you could just see their confidence in their driving going. You know, this very unique perspective we get at the start-finish line. I don't think we'll ever get to have the boats of all classes come off the corner this close to us again.
No.
And I've just been so impressed with especially the rookies or those who, you know, just need to learn the whole sport of hydroplane or boat racing in general. Their corners have consistently gotten better. So the last couple 3 races, nobody's been having trouble getting through corners. They've been carving nice, clean curves, you know, and keeping that boat speed up. So, you know, learning on the fly, like with anything, the more you do it, the more accomplished you become. So just keep at it, keep getting better, and keep, you know, see if you can fly that boat. It's been fun to watch the progress.
It's about making improvement each and every day. Same as life, Kurt.
You know, I take it one day at a time.
Special thanks on our broadcast to Griggs Department Store, Griggs Ace Hardware, serving Tri-Cities for over 80 years, along with DQ Grill and Chill, because happy tastes good. Tire Factory, trust what you love to Tire Factory, Pasco, Richland, Moses Lake, TireFactoryTC.com. All Doors Incorporated, you can trust them for your service, repair, or installation of automatic entry systems. Celebrating 40 years, 509-547-2158 for All Doors Incorporated. Buffalo Brothers Hydro fans, thank you for being here and being a big part of our Water Follies coverage on 610 KONA in turn number 4. American Radiator. You know, they have free pickup and delivery available in the Tri-Cities, whether it's your radiator, if you need it record, or maybe a new radiator. They also clean your DPFs and DOCs. Details at AmericanRadiator.com. Dryer on fire. You don't want that to happen. That buildup of lint can be dangerous, and it can make your dryer less efficient. Make sure you get it cleaned. Tri-City and Paul Lindbergh, dryeronfire.com. Rooster Tail wrap-up's coming up after we finish our finale with the Apollo Columbia Cup for the H1 Unlimited, thanks to Grocery Outlet. Name brands at low prices, no club membership needed. Bargain hunt, let it begin. Grocery Outlet, Bargain Market, Kennewick, Pasco, Richland. Also Paradise Bottled Water, state-of-the-art 6-stop filtration process. Make the switch today. Paradise Bottled Water. Find them online. Weather update thanks to Anderson Dental. Anderson and Zentz Dental in Kennewick at KennewickSmiles.com. Right now at 88 degrees, and the wind continues, but it's swirling at 11 miles per hour.
But we're still kind of in that 10 to 15 mile an hour,
Yep.
which is doable. You know,
It's comfortable.
It is. It's very nice, and the conditions for racing are still just fine. There's nothing really to be concerned about as far as the wind is concerned at this 5 o'clock. Usually there is an uptick. Let's hope it stays away.
You know, it's interesting,
You know, guys,
that the temperature has changed. The high today, 88, and that's where we're at right now. They're not expecting it to get
Hey
any...
guys, can I jump in here for a minute? I would interview Christabel Bernard, but I made that mistake once and will probably never make that again. So, Mr. Bernard, you told me at the beginning of the weekend you thought you had the best-looking boats here in the pit area. You were pretty proud of them. You know what? They're pretty darn fast, too. There. You can win all the prelims you want, but winning the final, that's the good one.
Yeah, and 2.5 stock, that's really what our only goal was this weekend. We were going to run, we brought it here to help out for boat count. Originally, Grant Lidico was going to fly out and drive it, but they had to cancel the trip, and we decided to bring it anyways. Good thing we did, because we're not having a very good time in the 350 this weekend, unfortunately, but we're going to go back home and get the 350s looked at and back on the water for Pateris. But can't thank Justin, Stephanie Weymouth, my whole JJW racing team. It's a lot of work bringing 3 boats, and I couldn't do it without any of them. The support of Marty Hack, Blockhead Machine, Baker Propellers, Strong Racing, our sponsor Silver Cloud Hotels, and this weekend Greg with Atomic Screen Printing came up and wanted to put a sticker on the boat this weekend and help us out even more. So he's been a sponsor of ours on the Grand Prix for the past 4 years. So it's pretty cool to, when the Grand Prix couldn't make it, to help out Greg and run Atomic Screen Printing. At least we got one of them in victory lane this weekend.
And if that wasn't enough, your whole family's here, just to make sure you got family responsibility, too.
Yeah, they keep us well fed. The girls, we had a lot of oil in both of the 350s this weekend, and they help clean. So it's all of them. Anybody you see in a JJOB shirt contributes some way, somehow. And couldn't do it without any of them.
The class put on a good show all weekend long. It was competitive, and it was fun.
Yeah, going from the mile and 2/3 down just about a mile and a half now, a lot easier on last year we were having problems with keeping rockers on these things. So it's a little bit better with the shorter course for us, and I think that helped put on a little bit better show.
Well, we enjoyed it. Thank you for bringing the boat over. I didn't realize all the background. One race question. I heard we've got 2 or 3 boats that jumped the gun. That's my favorite thing to say. So how tough is it to stay back thinking I'm right, they got to be wrong?
It is a little tough, especially when you're in lane 1. We've been starting on the outside, running a little bit bigger setup, and Tim made a comment when I was coming in. He goes, you couldn't just go on the outside all weekend long. You had to put it in lane 1 at least once. And yeah, that's my lane, I like to think. So, it's a lot harder to start when you have a big prop like that. You got to time it just right. But it's a little nerve-wracking on the first turn because a lot of the times these guys don't know and they jumped. And they're racing, trying to hold you tight. But we beat the guy next to me down in the corner, and then Jay Michael and Jason left plenty of room, and I'm sure they got word on the backstretch, so we just checked out from there.
Congratulations. That's a good weekend. As I said before, thanks for bringing the boat over. The show was good. Thanks.
Thank you, Brad.
All right, and congratulations. Our winner right there, and the whole family's still waiting right here on the ramp for him. Kids, friends, Christabel. One of these days we're gonna do the interview. But she kind of stiffed me once in the interview, so I learned my lesson. No matter what we asked, we got one-word answers out of that woman. Anyway, thank you, Christabel. Thanks, all of you. This was fun. This JJW racing team, Silver Cloud, Atomic Screen Printing group here. It's a great group of people, and they worked really hard. And they're probably the snazziest dressers down here, too. Jeff was talking about maybe as good a looking team as anybody had. They look good on the dock, too. The boats are good. And anyway,
Brad,
they were successful. Got it.
5 minutes. Mark. Countdown. We are ready for more racing action on 610 KONA Par Lumber E350. We've got the final. And they should be pushing away from the dock shortly. AJ, who do we have in the water? Do you have a good vantage point from Tire Factory Tower?
Let's see. See a few boats in the water.
Well, let me help you out here a little bit on that, because, yeah, you got Bryce. Oh, no, you've got the 99 down at the far end is in the water, and I got Rochelle up at this end in the 46, and that's it, guys.
Yeah.
Slim pickings.
That's unfortunate.
It is.
Quite unfortunate.
It is, and that's
unfortunate.
That's what Jeff Bernard was alluding to. He was hoping to get his boat out here and be in the middle of this. So was Kipper, but they're on the beach. So our final's going to be a little anticlimactic, but I'll tell you what, they're still going to go just as hard.
Well, they're going to give the fans a great race. There's no doubt about it. The guys are dedicated to their sport, and they understand that the fans are coming out to see them race, and that's exactly what they're going to give the fans. So we applaud them for that. Par Lumber bringing you the
and here we come.
50 final. The red and yellow 46 with Rochelle Hill. The bright blue Niner with Bryce Todd, who took a checkered flag last time out. Yes, he did. And that's a race you'll never forget.
So a two-boat duel for the championship for the E350s with Par Lumber on 610 KONA and our coverage on Kona Radio, thanks to Golf Universe and Canyon Lakes Golf Course. 3 minutes.
Yeah, we got Todd on the outside, crossing turn one first, then Hill. But on the inside, we'll see if Todd moves inside, take the inside of the track, or if he's just going to be happy to turn lane 2.
Kind of a different chess match when you got just one opponent, right?
2 minutes, 27 seconds, and where do you want to be? Do you want to fight for lane 1? You going to let Bryce Todd have it in the blue boat, Rochelle? Not sure.
Does Todd have the better boat speed? So far, it seems like that's been the case.
He did earlier, didn't he?
Yes, he did. But that's why we keep running them, because you just never know.
Grand Prix America Thunder Cup coming up.
2 minutes mark.
Right now, the E350 final. So Bryce Todd in the 99 across start-finish now on the front stretch. Rochelle Hill. It's yellow, it's red, and it is fast. The 46 right behind.
Todd in the blue 99, holding tight to lane 1. Rochelle Hill just on his outside. Maybe a rooster tail back.
Ooh, DMZ cut.
What just happened? He just flipped around for some reason.
I'm not really sure, because we're coming up on, we have about 5 seconds to a minute.
Needed to scrub off some time, so we go through the dryer on fire infield and back over to the turn.
Under 60 seconds.
That puts you at about 53 seconds at the bottom of the course. That may be a good spot to be. We will see. As we count it down together to the final of the Par Lumber E350 finale. Rochelle Hill, slow up the backstretch, Horn Rapids RV backstretch into our turn number 2.
It's just been fascinating to see the different approaches about how you want to hit the start-finish line right at the mark at full speed. 25 seconds.
And it looks like Hill will allow Burnett to have that inside lane.
I think he knows.
Excuse me, Bryce Todd, not Burnett.
And 10. 6.
Ultra clean start
5.
coming.
4. Oh, this one will be nice and clean, Mike.
And 0. As they get to the start-finish line, and it seems like Bryce Todd had a little trouble getting her going. Rochelle Hill, on the other hand, did not. Hill leading down the front stretch. Todd falling back in lane number 1, but you know it. He's got the inside lane as they dive into turn number 1, heading over to AJ.
They were deck to deck, side to side. Todd on the inside, Hill on the outside. Throughout turn 1, Todd, slight lead, but Rochelle looks like she's taking him on the outside. Hill, does she got the lead coming up the backstretch? It's close.
Ryan knows.
Good boat race going on here up the back chute.
They are deck to deck. Rochelle Hill pulls ahead. Todd falls back a little bit in the 9 on the inside. But again, the corner advantage. The inside boat. The 99 with Bryce Todd. They get to the apex, turn number 2, still deck to deck, and they are putting on a show for the fans, Kurt.
Those are some great corners. Look at them carve that nice arc. Hey, start-finish line, nothing has to be dead even at the start-finish.
Last one complete, and Rochelle Hill with both feet on the outside will lead as they come down into turn number 1, our 2-turn limited course. But Todd on the inside gains some ground, and he will get to the corner first, AJ.
Todd in the blue 99 definitely regained the lead on the beginning of turn 1. Coming out of it, Rochelle picking up the speed again and looking to pass him on the outside. Look at that.
Rochelle Hill with the momentum and boat speed carrying it through turn number 1 to the Horn Rapids RV backstretch. And again, they are deck to deck coming up to the midpoint of the backstretch and into turn number 2.
You hit it right on the head, Mike. This is an extremely competitive race, and they're doing it for the fans. They are side by side coming into turn.
Exchanging hand signals, waving, not sure. Pizza later. Todd with the lead as they come across Mosteller start finish line. But look at Rochelle Hill with that straightaway speed. She comes right in. Wow, that's a real good move by Rochelle Hill in the 46. And she now has a little bit of a lead heading into turn number 1 over to AJ. Now Todd goes back in front.
It's back and forth. Todd in front, then Rochelle in front, heading out of turn 1. Todd's got the lead, but look at Rochelle starting to catch up again. Look at that speed off the corner. Here she is, catching him. They're deck to deck as they head down the backstretch.
It's the final lap, and there they are together.
Nothing has been decided. This one's going to literally come down to the start-finish line.
Todd starts to pull ahead, but Rochelle has had that straightaway speed.
But how much straightaway is she going to have?
Oh, it's not going to be enough as Todd's on the inside of the turn.
Come on, Rochelle. I think this one's Todd. He's got a nice...
Yeah, Rochelle
off that exit. Yeah.
Rochelle fell back.
Yeah, she did.
In turn number 2, the final turn, the checkered flag is out. Par number E350 champion, Bryce Todd in the 99. Second place finish, the 46, Rochelle Hill.
What a fun two-boat race. That was so good.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
We have more racing action coming up with the local 598 Plumbers and Steam Fitters Signatory Contractors Grand Prix America Thunder Cup. Just minutes away. We'll take a timeout before we get our reaction from our winner, Bryce Todd, in the 99 for the Par Lumber E350s. We'll be back on 610 KONA after this timeout.
Transportation.
Timing marks here. Taylor and I have a plan of where we're going to get them all around, and we're going to see how the prop pulls, and we'll know something that we didn't know for a while ago.
Okay.
Okay, Dustin, go ahead and turn on your master fuel pump igniters. You are clear. You're lit. Looking good. This is going to be the start of your final lap. Last lap, 154.671. Nice job.
Vibration, I'm shutting it off.
Copy that.
It was, something did not feel right. Started vibrating.
It was accelerating really hard every time I come out of the exit, and that time it just fell on its face, and then it kind of had a weird shimmy. So I thought, stop and we'll see what's going on.
Smart.
Mark, 9:30. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Perfect.
Picture for you. You're welcome. You having fun? Yeah. Lots of cool buttons.
She's having.
I know.
They're all wearing them all.
Picture for you. You're welcome.
Corey right now. Yeah, he can dictate that upper corner up there as he comes off the top, slides out to about lane 2 or 3. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that ain't gonna stay on there.
And then, so we're coming into the final day of the Governor's Cup here. Kind of what's your guys' goal? Where are you at in points? Where are you trying to get to?
Right now, I believe we're second overall in points out of this really competitive field. And we have 2 heats today, plus the final. So we're just hoping to be on the front row in the final. We'll take, wherever we finish, we'll be happy with it as long as we can get out of here with the boat still running.
Okay, Dustin, let's turn on your master, fuel pump, ignite. Igniters, you are clear. You are lit.
Okay, we're gonna close you up. Be safe. We'll be on the radio.
45 seconds. You are clear. You are lit. A vibration. See that, Taylor? See that? How's the vibration? Can't tell if it's the rod or something else. I felt it right away though. It was rotational. Copy that. You're in if we need to.
So we're all done here in Madison. You know, it might not look like a great weekend, but we're pretty excited. The points it came down to leaving us as a trailer boat, that's the worst position for us to be in. We had consistent finishes all weekend, just trying to play it safe, basically get out of here with a boat in one piece. We did that. We accomplished that. We learned a bunch. We learned a few things that are really going to help us in these races coming up. So we're pretty excited to get back home, do a couple things on the setup, and hit Tri-Cities pretty hard. The final, being the trailer, not much we could do. Once those guys made it through sort of clean, we knew we weren't going to be able to pick up any positions, so we just bailed off. But we're ready to go again here. Everything's in good shape, so we'll see you guys soon.
Water Follies 2024, Apollo Columbia Cup, and STCU Over the River Air Show, continuing coverage. Thanks to Griggs Ace Hardware, with 4 locations to serve you. Now, let's go back to the river on 610 KONA.
Getting ready for our countdown. It's the Thunder Cup, the Grand Prix America boats on the water with local 598 plumbers, steamfitters, signatory contractors. We head down to our American Radiator pit reporter, Brad Luce. With eyes on the pits from the Pasco side, it's A.J. Brewster in our Tire Factory Turn 2 tower.
Hi, fellas. All right, so the 12 is in the 12 is in the water. So we have 5 GPs sitting on the dock ready for the countdown. Do we have a word on that yet?
No, haven't heard from Brad yet. Oh, is the countdown? And we've got 10 seconds to the 5. So 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5-minute mark. The GP15, happy-go-lucky, Old Trapper Beef Jerky, over Turf Motors, the local sponsor, Greg Hopp. Ice Harbor, Rapid Rabbit, the 12, Shell Hayes Racing with Josh Harnick. The GP8 Christensen Motorsports with Eric Christensen into the field. The GP10 Charger with Kevin Ekrit. The GP17 Miss Renee with Austin Ekrit. And we do have lane assignments. It'll be Harnick in 1, Hop in 2, Austin Ekrit in 3, the 10 in 4 with Kevin Ekrit, the Charger, and Christensen Motorsports, the late entry, the white boat, with Eric Christensen in lane 5. We're set. Counting down to the 4-minute mark. Any movement, AJ? Can't see the boats from here.
None. They're all still sitting there. Oh, wait. Here we go. We have...
Moving away from the dock?
One boat moving away from the dock, and that is the 10, the GP10, the Charger, with Kevin Ekrit.
And let's go racing. Local 598, plumbers, steam fitters, signatory contractors, Grand Prix America Thunder Cup. For all the marbles.
Can't tell if this is the 15 or the 12 until I see. Looks like it's the 15. I don't see the 12 flag on the side, but it's heading right towards me, so I can't see. I'll tell you in a second. It is the 15. The 12 and the 17 and the 8 are all still on the dock.
So coming up the back stretch, the Charger, Kevin Ekrit, with 2:55 on the clock. And they have to leave before the 1-minute mark, from what I understand. That's interesting.
Here comes the top of the 12 is now closed. The other 2 are still open.
Interesting. We've lost Brad. I don't know where he disappeared, but we hope to get him in on the GP Thunder Cup final for Local 598. There's a burst of speed. Little Old Trapper Beef Jerky.
Here comes the 12. Josh Harnick. Shell Hayes Racing. Just leaving the dock right now.
And he is assigned lane number 1. But the key is to be in the right place at the right time and be at speed at start-finish. Because you know Hop's going to be right outside of you, ready to take advantage of any bobble.
And this is the classification that really brings the noise.
That's why they call it the Thunder Cup.
Outstanding.
And here we go. Two yellow boats, 1 and 2, coming around the exit of turn 1 now and up the backstretch. They're going to have to switch positions, though. There he goes. The 12 cutting inside.
And late to the party, the GP17, Miss Renee, Austin Ekrit's coming out finally.
The 8 still at the dock.
120.
Yeah, about 18 seconds, AJ, for that 8 to get away from the dock.
Here he comes.
I would suggest they're going to go around one more time.
I don't think it's happening.
Got a minute.
Oh,
there's still a minute to go.
They just closed it. Are they going to move?
Austin Ekrit is going to cut through the DMZ, the Dryer on Fire infield, to join the fleet coming down the front stretch with 45 seconds. They are going to have full boat speed, Kurt, at start-finish.
I'm not sure how they're going to set this up. I've never seen at 30 seconds this many boats this far back. There's just no way that they're going to be a time violation. It's going to be a clean start. No question about it. So let's see who's carving the corner up here real good. So watch Hop. He could go out. I mean, he could gun it now, get around and have boat speed, and it looks like everybody's going to gun it now. Here we go. Boats into the top turn. And it's going to be Hop leading to 1. Clean start. And it is clean. And Hop has the lead by a half a rooster tail heading down the front stretch. On lane 1, it's Harnick. He'll have the short track, but Hop is leading in turn 1 by about 2 boat lengths as they get to the exit pin.
Hop in the lead, and boy, he took that corner tight. Harnick on the inside in second. That's a tight race. In third on the outside, the Miss Renee GP17, followed by the GP10.
So there you have the race leaders. Harnick on the inside, Hop on the outside, deck to deck, coming into turn number 2. Harnick's going to take the lead at the exit pin, and that's where Hop really loses speed. Hop's going to try to pick it up on the front stretch, but Harnick's going to be hard to catch. Harnick by 2 boat lengths. Waters get a little bit rough as they head into turn number 1 to AJ.
Harnick in front, almost by 3/4 of a rooster tail now. Hop trying to catch him on the outside. But boy, Harnick's got some speed with that GT12. Coming up in third, we got the blue GP17, followed by the GP10, the Charger, bringing up the rear.
The yellow is anything but mellow. Pulled out into the lead. The yellow is anything but mellow. Yellow boats ruling the day this race. Hop is bouncing through the turn, doing whatever he can to try to catch up with Harnick, but Harnick's running away with the Thunder Cup final. Thanks to local 598 plumbers and steam fitters and signatory contractors. Harnick with 2 more turns to go.
Oh no! Lost power. Harnick lost power in the beginning of turn 1. Hop takes the lead. Harnick is dead on the outside of turn 1.
Wow. That is going to move the Miss Renee Austin-Ekert into second place.
Into second. That moves the Charger into third.
Race leader. 1 more turn to go. Up at the top end of the course, it's Greg Hop. Hop to the exit pin onto the front stretch with a checkered flag out. And one of the fan favorites for over-turf motors, happy-go-lucky racing, Greg Hop with a checkered flag. Miss Renee Austin-Ekert, second place in the 17. And still coming to the front stretch now, the Charger with Kevin Ekert with a third place finish. All Hop does is win in the Tri-Cities. Shell Hayes Racing, Josh Harnick. He was ahead and Clearwater in front of him, but the Ice Harbor Rapid Rabbit boat, such disappointment. Top early.
Oh, man. Can't wait to hear what went wrong.
Oh,
what a disappointment. That was shaping up to be a heck of a final lap as well.
So unfortunate. But, you know, that's the opportunity that the next driver has.
Yep.
If some bad fate befalls you,
you got to be ready.
And then you step in
and take that chance. I mean, that's why you got to run every lap, pay attention to every corner, because you just never know.
And now
Harnick stepped out of the boat. He is standing on the deck of the boat right now, waiting for it.
That you want in the final.
No.
That's not the way you want to return to the pits.
Sad for that racing team after Josh having such a great weekend, really dominating. It was been the 2 yellow boats, right? Harnick,
AJ,
Hop,
right,
all weekend.
Quick announcement for all of the fans on the Kennewick shoreline. There is a drone flyby that is happening right now from the pits upstream
to the Buffalo Brothers camp in Turn 4. So watch for the drone. So all the fans on the Kennewick shore, get up, get loud, get proud for the H1 YouTube flyby.
You're going to be on TV, Kennewick. You're going to be on TV.
There they are. Everybody wave. Drone me. There you go. We see you waving.
Hi.
They're not here yet, Kurt.
Oh, I practiced it.
No,
I was inspired by the crowns and the tiaras from the Queen in her court, Miss Tri-Cities.
So let's go back down to the pits and see if Brad Luce is available to us. Not sure if we may have a technical issue of our own.
He's off in the golf cart riding off into the sunset.
Sun doesn't set until like 8.
That's true. That's true. Maybe operator error. Maybe that index finger now has become the middle finger, and he's just done with us.
Maybe battery issues, because we've been talking for a while trying to get him to get on it.
Yeah, but he recharged during the air show, so I'm not quite sure. Well, that's amazing. So we'll take a timeout on 610 KONA. Unfortunately, we will not have reaction from our winning driver, but congratulations to Jerry Hopp from Snohomish and the Happy-Go-Lucky Racing Team, sponsored locally by Overturf Motors, and their national sponsor, Old Trapper Beef Jerky and Smoked Snacks. You'd like to say he smoked the competition, but in this case, it's going to be kind of tough to chew on, this loss for Josh Harnick.
Yeah, a little, another one of those disappointing gremlins. You know, just can't seem to get through a race or something without a nick or a cut or some scathing. Nobody gets through unscathed this Sunday.
Special thanks on our broadcast, Advanced Auto Glass in Paxo. They're at 20th and Sylvester, 509-543-9887. Also, Freedom Equipment Rentals, Daniel Layton, the crew, thank you for all that you do for us at 610 KONA. Red Mount Event Center, Tri-City Raceway, August 10th. It's the Napa Auto Care 150 Under the Lights. It's the future stars of NASCAR with the ARCA Menards West Series. First time in 24 years. RedMountEventCenter.com for your tickets. Atomic Screen Print and Embroidery, locally owned, nationally known, celebrating 26 years of making you look great. Clover Island Inn, welcoming you to their free summer concert series. It's Thunder on the Island each Wednesday night through August. Details, information at CloverIslandInn.com. Transforming now into the Hilton Spark on Clover Island. The complete renovation is underway. Same great pool deck. It's right on the river. Also, Warner RV, now at the Auto Lot off 395 Southridge. They've been in our community since 1995 with new Keystone Outback and Keystone Hideouts in stock. New financing options as well with extended terms to help lower your payments. Find out more at WarnerRV.fun. Emerald of Siam, more than fantastic Thai food, great entertainment too. Tri-City's first Thai food, still the best. Jadwin side of the Uptown in Richland. Hello to Dara and the crew there at the Emerald of Siam. Washington Hardware, downtown Kennewick. It's the most unusual store. Open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to noon. Columbia Basin Paper and Supply. They deliver right to your janitorial or supply closet, or you can pick up on Columbia Street, Pasco. Rob Ellsworth, SVN Redder & Company, commercial real estate. Attention to detail so nothing will fall through the cracks. Wanting you to have fun. Be safe and take in the Tri-Cities this Waterfallies weekend. Also, thanks to Coleman Oil. Tradition began in 1953 in Craigmont, Idaho, with secure fueling for your business or fleet with the CFN card lock. Get details, ColemanOil.com. North Star Hot Seat. You know, they have all of the cleaning solutions and labor-saving vehicle cleaning soaps and degreasers and different attachments to aid cleanup with their hot or cold water pressure washers from Hotsy, the turbo nozzle, telescopic wand, and more. North Star Hotsy has the cleaning solutions you need. NorthstarHotsy.com or 1210 North Oregon Avenue in Pasco. Weather forecast, a high of 88, winds at about 14 miles per hour right now. Temperatures move to, no, we're still steady at 88 degrees here. Weather updates from Anderson and Zentz Dental. They love to help you smile at KennewickSmiles.com. Paradise Bottled Water. Experience pure taste of paradise. State-of-the-art 6-stop filtration process. Make the switch today. Find them online. Also, our Rooster Tail wrap-up is on the way with a recap of the day's events thanks to Grocery Outlet. All the name brands at low prices. No club membership is needed. Let the bargain hunt begin. Grocery Outlet Bargain Market. Along with Dryer on Fire. Does it take more than one cycle to get those clothes dry? Maybe it's not the dryer. Maybe you clean the duct, and that's a fire hazard. Tri-City and Paul Lindbergh, certified dryer exhaust technician at dryeronfire.com. American Radiator. You know, they can help you with your DPFs, DOCs if you're a trucker, keeping you on the road for agriculture and commercial. They have some of the most extensive repair or replacement available for your radiators to keep you cool no matter what it is, with free pickup and delivery available throughout much of the great Northwest. AmericanRadiator.com. Buffalo Brothers, the Hydro Fans, and turn number 4. Glad you're here. All Doors Incorporated. You know, if it's a entry system that's automatic doors, that's why you trust Derwin, Dosher, and the crew for 40 years now. Trusted by area hospitals, supermarkets, medical clinics, banks, hotels, and more. The right call is 509-547-2158 for All Doors Incorporated. Also, thanks to Tire Factory, keeping you cool all summer long with the best automotive AC techs in the business. Trust what you love to Tire Factory, Pasco, Richland, Moses Lake, TireFactoryTC.com. DQ Grill and Chill. I think I'm ready for a blizzard.
You deserve a blizzard, Mike.
Scrumptious with the new cotton candy or ultimate cookie. Or maybe the party, the peanut butter cookie dough party.
And what's your go-to blizzard if you had your druthers?
Heath Bar.
Classic. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Although the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, if it's properly mixed, the ratio has to be correct, but that's another top-notch. I know.
They are the ratio experts when it comes to the blizzard. Happy tastes good, Kurt.
Only you and me go into the DQ weeds, buddy.
Meanwhile, we thank our title sponsor for our coverage on KONA, Griggs Department Store and Griggs Ace Hardware, serving the region for 85 years. Local 598, plumbers, steam fitters, signatory contractors, Thunder Cup. Congratulations to Greg Hopp. Happy-go-lucky, Overturf, Old Trapper, Beef Jerky, the winner. We'll be back with more of our coverage coming up 610 KONA, 610KONA.com as we near the Apollo Columbia Cup Final.
Big one to come.
Celebrating 40 years of service in the Tri-Cities, All Doors
Countdown underway for the Apollo Columbia Cup final on 610 KONA, 610KONA.com, along the H1 YouTube channel. Excitement's been building all afternoon.
It has indeed, and will somebody figure out Mr. Tate in the U-91? It's his Apollo Columbia Cup to lose. He's got to be considered the odds-on favorite, wouldn't you say?
All right. In fact, before we get to that, let's head back to the studios and take a quick timeout on 610 KONA. Kennewick, Richland, Pasco, back with more of our coverage after this break. Drive like the wind. Welcome back. Countdown underway. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. We get ready for the H1 Unlimited final here on 610 KONA, Kennewick, Richland, Pasco. Thanks to everybody that made our broadcast possible, and we'll go through the entire list as we get to our grocery outlet post-game show, the Hydro Rooster Tail wrap-up program here on 610 KONA. 8 minutes and 30 seconds, AJ. We go around the horn at this time and talk about who's the favorite. What do you think, Mr. Brewster?
Okay,
Tire Factory
so
turn 2.
All 5 boats in the water, the 9, the 11, the 35, the 40, and the 91. Now, if I was going to pick a favorite, has to be Tate. I don't know if anybody has figured that out yet. We've been talking about it the whole time. Now, if Tate has an issue, something happens, I would look to either probably Nielsen, who's had a really good weekend, maybe Peabody, he's had a pretty good weekend. Eccles, we know, is fast. You know, we just haven't really seen it this weekend yet. And Farrell, it'd be nice to see him get in there, too. I think it really depends on mistakes and who's going to get good position coming into the beginning of the race.
Yeah, and also the river conditions, the big factor, especially in that lumpy Tire Factory turn number 2 out of DQ Grill and Chill turn 1.
I think it's got to be Tate's race to lose, although it seems like every team has had a setback or so except the U91. And you never would think in the final that something is going to come up and bite him. But I'm trying to think of if something did go wrong, if it was his turn for something to have a mishap, who would be the first person at the top of my head to take that checkered flag? And the way the course has been and the way the drivers have been and the way they've been getting used to the course, I just hope it's a very, very close final.
Competitive.
Competitive, absolutely. That's what I'm really hoping for, but it's really difficult to go against the U91 and the Tate squad.
Well, it's going to be a little bit different than the limited class of boats that we've seen because we've got a fairly full field, that is. The 9, Beacon Plumbing with Corey Peabody. The 11, Miss Mercury's Coffee Company with Jamie Nielsen. The 35, Batano Homes with Gunnar O'Farrell and Gutters by Keith, also a sponsor on that boat. U40, Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles. And then you've got Andrew Tate, in the 91 Miss Goodman Real Estate.
Well, you got the defending champion is Mr. Peabody, and we really haven't talked much about that.
Well, that's because the other drivers made the mistake last year. There were so many, 3 boats that ended up jumping.
Hey, Jay, you were saying?
Oh, I was going to say, that's funny you called Andrew Tate Tater because my son calls his boat the Golden Tater.
All right, I like that kid already. No, it's hard to go against the Tate crew. Just seems to have the boat in another gear. It's like he's kind of like, okay, I'll hang out with you fellas for a little while, but I got to go now. And then he just finds that extra gear, and he's such an accomplished driver as well. They all are, and that's why there's not a lot of difference, between. Nobody's really running away with the Apollo Columbia Cup this year. Again, I'm just hoping for a competitive final, but if
30 seconds to the 5.
Okay. If I was a betting guy, I'd have to go with the U91.
Countdown on to the 5-minute mark as we start to see the boats, and AJ's got a good view from Tire Factory, turn 2. All pivoting at the dock.
Pointing out.
So you've got to have contact. You got to have contact with the boat. So do you think this is going to be a big fat race out of the pits?
They find the guy with the longest arm.
Yes.
Hey, Stretch, get over here. Mr. Armstrong, I need you.
Watch Peabody.
Mark, 5 minutes.
Watch Peabody off the end to really come off hot. Peabody, Nielsen, Tate are all going to be racing for this position. Here they come.
The Apollo Columbia Cup, Tri-City Waterfallies, H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Final.
Here they come.
We got Nielsen and Peabody up on plane first.
Before the race.
Peabody hits the corner first. Nielsen's on the inside, though, holding his spot. We got Dustin Eccles.
That's where he camps out.
Pack coming up third. Here comes Andrew and Gunnar O'Farrell.
So let's go to Buffalo Brothers turn 4. Nielsen on the inside, Peabody on the outside. Remember, the 1:15 mark is your score up at start finish. Anybody going to cut through the dry iron fire infield? Andrew Tate. From back to front. Nobody else will follow. I thought maybe O'Farrell might follow, but no. Flavor back across start finish now. Back to DQ Grill and Chill. Oh, we've got 2 boats moving across the infield. Tate and Peabody.
Yep.
From front to back through the DMZ. Dryer on fire.
So you basically got 5 boats equidistant around the course. Wonder who's got the timing mark, the one that's going to hit the start-finish line when it matters the most.
Well, our first mark's going to be that 1:15 score up at start finish. Oh, another incursion. 2 boats. Nielsen along with Peabody across the DMZ.
Whoa,
and that was close.
3 minutes.
Yikes.
3 minutes.
Nielsen and Peabody so close coming onto the front stretch after heading through the dryer on fire infield at 250.
We've had a couple, 3 of those close calls this weekend, haven't we?
It's so tight up here. There's very little Goodman real estate.
Exactly right. You like that riverfront property?
Mercury Coffee.
2:30 mark. Remember, we're looking for the 1:15 score up, start finish marker.
I think Nielsen's going to claim 1 right now.
Yeah, Tate's looking at 2.
Tate's going to be in 2.
3, it looks like.
At least for now, at least for the score up, AJ. Good point. That would put Peabody, it looks like, in 3. Eccles in 4. O'Farrell in 5. We will have 5 boats on the front line.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
So they have 45 seconds from there to start finish.
That's going to be a slow crawl.
Should I go through the sponsors again?
You probably could. Maybe not their slug lines, but at least.
There you go.
Thanks.
Well, look at Nielsen. There's enough overlap.
You know, again, like you're talking about, Mike, if you go completely dead, I mean, getting it back up on plane, that's a fine line that you got to keep riding.
It is.
1 minute, 30 seconds. 15 seconds to score up mark.
Did Tate get enough room to jump into 1? It doesn't look like he did.
Look at this. Get your cameras out. Look at this.
Yeah, here you go. Now the score up mark in 3 seconds, and you're going to have Nielsen in 1, Tate in 2, Peabody in 3, Eccles in 4, O'Farrell in 5. They are good on the score up. This is not the beginning of the race. This is just the race around to the official start.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke. Stop. This is
zero.
This is not a drill. This is the race coming.
All right, so now back around.
Peabody hits the corner first. Looks like everybody's sticking where they were. Did Andrew come out of that okay in the center of that tunnel? Looks like he did.
Yeah.
So that would be Mercury's Coffee and Nielsen in 1. Then Tate on the inside. Then Peabody on the outside of him, correct?
This is going to be fun. 30 seconds, and they're all bunching up in the corner. Who is going to be the first to put their foot in it?
23 seconds as they get to the entrance pin to All Doors Incorporated Turn 3.
15 seconds.
They should throttle it up right about now. Here we go. The final for Apollo Columbia Cup underway. Jamie Nielsen, lane number 1. Corey Peabody, lane 2.
3.
Andrew Tate is in 3 now.
1.
Lane 4, Eccles.
It's
outside O'Farrell. It is a close start. It is under review. So they come down the front stretch. Nielsen in lane 1 is going to get to turn 1.
The first boat going to get down here is Corey Peabody. Peabody from lane 2 got down here first with a lot of boat speed, AJ.
Peabody in first, but he's got Nielsen on the inside. He's just got maybe a half a rooster tail lead. Then Eccles on the outside. Tate right behind him in the tunnel.
Start was good.
Good start.
So Peabody in the lead coming up the back stretch. Who's going to challenge? Andrew Tate is back by about a half a rooster tail. On the inside, you've got Nielsen. Nielsen's going to catch up because he's on the inside, but not by much because Peabody is really hitting it hard.
The defending champion saying, not so fast, my friends.
Andrew Tate has fallen back. Eccles may become the second place boat as they head into Dairy Queen Turn 1.
It's Peabody down here. No, got almost a rooster tail. Second place is going to the Mercury's Coffee, and then it is the Flavor Pack.
Peabody out in front. He still can't overlap yet. Nielsen's on the inside in second, but watch out for Eccles. He's really got some speed on the outside in lane 3.
Peabody's running away with it, but remember, this is a 5-lap final. There's a long way to go. Second place is your battle. Nielsen on the inside, Eccles on the outside. As they come into turn number 4 at the exit pin, Flavor Pack's going to fall back a little bit, and it's going to be Nielsen with the second place spot right now. By a rooster tail, race leader is Peabody. Andrew Tate is in 4th.
Corey Peabody gets down here with almost a full rooster tail, and it's Jamie Nielsen on the inside, running in second, Eccles wide, and it is Tate in the hallway right now, Jay.
Peabody definitely had some struggles there on that corner. Lost a little bit of his lead. Nielsen's trying to catch him on the inside. Eccles on the outside. And then don't forget about Andrew Tate, your national points leader, caught in the middle of that, bringing up 4th place.
He's not making up any ground.
No, he's just trying to stay clean at this point. That's some tough racing out there. Here we go. Race leader Peabody up at the top end of the course.
Another
in the Buffalo Brothers turn number 4. Sun glints off that blue sparkle paint as he cross start finish. And the white
Andrew Tate starting to make a move, trying to get into 3rd place, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. Don't count out the defending champion.
Corey Peabody down here with the rooster tail, but you're dead even for second place between Eccles and Nielsen. Tate still driving the hallway, AJ.
Pete out front, Peabody out front, Nielsen on the inside. Watch out for Eccles. He's really got some speed. We'll see. And we got Andrew Tate right in between those two boats. We got a race for second place.
Yeah, Eccles with a 2-boat length lead coming up the back stretch. Race leader Peabody, all doors 3. Buffalo Brothers 4 to the exit pin. And then you've got the gaggle of boats as Tate is starting to pull up now. He is way up in the hallway now, and he may try to challenge Eccles for second. Coming down the front stretch, there's 3 boats coming at you, Brad.
Down to the lower corner, it's all Peabody, but then they're 3 wide coming down here, and it is Eccles on the outside in second place, but it is Andrew Tate on the inside now in 3rd.
Andrew cutting in. Does he got the lead as he exits turn 2? Yes, just barely. This is going to be a race down the backstretch for second. We got Eccles on the outside. We got Andrew Tate on the inside and Peabody out front.
Corey Peabody with the race lead, but on the backstretch, second place goes to Andrew Tate.
He's not going to have enough real estate to cover him. The defending champion will repeat as the Apollo Columbia Cup winner.
Second place, Andrew Tate. 3rd, Dustin Eccles in the Flavor Pack. Jamie Nielsen. Mercury's Coffee comes in 4th on the backstretch. Gunnar O'Farrell in the gutters by Keith Botano Holmes with a 5th place finish.
Well, I certainly didn't see that coming. Wow. That was wire to wire. He took the lead on the first lap and never looked back. I kept waiting for that, on the outside, for somebody to start coming with managing the course, but he kept that boat speed to the outside the whole time, never relinquished his lead, was never a jet. Wire to wire, what a victory, what a defending champion.
Lap 4, amazing. Wow. Andrew Tate getting through that hallway.
Where was that on lap
ground? That was just spectacular.
I think he had it, but I think he just made his move too late. I think he had the best boat in the field, and he did the best that he could given the circumstances. But like you pointed out, Mike, he was just trying to stay clean, looking for his spot. But I think his spot passed him by. I mean, when he finally got on it, he didn't have enough time.
And then again, you got to take what the water gives you.
Absolutely.
Tate had a really
take a quick
slow
timeout.
start, too. If you watch him off of...
we need to take a quick timeout, AJ. We'll take a timeout and come back with more of our coverage, including reaction from our winner, Corey Peabody, in the Strong Racing Beacon Plumbing next on 610 K1A.
So as the saying goes,
Welcome to the Hydro Rooster Tail wrap-up, thanks to Grocery Outlet.
Guys, let me jump in down here, down on the dock, Michael. Michael, let me get down here on the dock, because people are jumping off the dock pretty good, but not you, Corey, and it's all good on the water from the referees.
That's a great feeling. What a race. It was good times out there with Jamie on the inside. It was great. You know, I knew he was going to be hard to get lane one from, but he had it, and that was okay. And then having to leapfrog Andrew back here. So it all worked out. We had a plan. For the most part, it went the way it did. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. We put it together. We were able to get this win.
This was not the easiest weekend of boat racing you've ever had. Forget everything that happened on the water. For you and your team and your boat, you struggled a bit. Yesterday wasn't easy, but you just kept chopping at it.
Yeah, you get kicked in the nuts, you got to come back, right? So, that's what we did, and you're always going where your eyes go, and that's forward. So let's move forward, and let's go to Seattle and try and do it again.
Oh, no, you get to have some fun here tonight first. You can celebrate this. However, you and I talked just before this final. We talked earlier in the weekend. You love this body of water. This is Corey Peabody water.
I'm loving it. Gerald Vanessa Strong, hometown for them, get another win here. I think this is our third one since we started the team 4 years ago. So, 3 out of the 4 years, I believe. I could be wrong, but that's pretty good. Completely satisfied with the final, and like I always talk about the tech truck, but I know my N2's good, so that's good. So
that is good. Yeah. I'm assuming you had spotters telling you where everybody was.
Yeah, I knew where everyone was, but man, Jeff Campbell, Mike Campbell, the rest of my team put together a hell of a race boat for us this weekend, and Bill Cahill, Beacon Plumbing, thank you so much for your support on our 2 boats. We'll get that other boat ready for Seattle, and we'll come out there and we'll give you our best.
Corey Peabody, 2024 Apollo Columbia Cup champion. As I like to say, that's really got a nice ring to it.
Sounds great, doesn't it?
Let's go check on the tech truck. It comes quick now. We're much better at that. Cross our fingers, we'll get through that. But on the water, you're the man. Corey, nicely done.
Thank you, Brad.
All right. Corey Peabody on the water. He's the 2024 champion, and we hear about it on the water because, as we know, they have to go through tech inspection. Now, this happens pretty quick, and we had a little bit of a question about whether or not yes, go ahead.
11, disqualified, DMZ violation.
That's right where I was going. I was advised of that when I got down on the dock, that's what was happening. But one thing we have been really trying to do quickly, and so far we've been able to do it, as Corey Peabody gets a heck of a hug and an embrace from teammate J. Michael Kelly, and they will go celebrate a little bit. Steve Compton, I know the box is already up to tech truck, yes?
It is.
That's all we wanted to know. Michael, we've been trying to do this really quick this year, and we have been. And we've been finding out in basically 10 minutes from finish line to getting the good word, so we're checking it quick, and hopefully before I get done finding drivers, they all left the dock, but I want to go talk to are you sure?
We just got it back.
We just got it. The 9 has cleared the tech truck. Corey?
Awesome.
Where's Corey? Somebody get him the message. We will go down and make sure. Yeah, I'm going down there.
When's the last time we had back-to-back?
Oh, gosh. I don't know.
Oh, gosh.
Let's get down here.
It's been a while.
Let's get down here.
Somebody get Nick Kish
on our broadcast again. Our Hydro Rooster Tail Wrap-Up Grocery Outlet. Let the bargain hunt begin. Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
There, baby. There you go. Oh, man. And I told you, H1's working really hard to do that quickly, and that's the fastest I think I've ever had that somebody's cleared the tech truck. So he not only won it on the water, he won it in the tech truck. Congratulations to the Beacon Plumbing, the U9, Corey Peabody, back-to-back victories on the Columbia. He loves this body of water, guys.
Brad, need to take a quick time out for our friends at Grocery Outlet. More of our Rooster Tail Wrap-Up coming up next.
Your neighborhood grocery outlet has the
Tail Wrap-Up, Grocery Outlet. No membership needed. Let the bargain hunt begin. Grocery Outlet Bargain Market. Let's see. You asked the question. Last back-to-back?
Yes.
Nick Kish, Statman. Statman.
I don't know. It's 2015, 2016. Who did he say?
Jimmy Shane.
Jimmy Shane. Give it up for Jimmy Shane. Last time back-to-back Columbia Cup winner. Now Corey Peabody, proud as a peacock on the Peabody of water known as the Columbia River.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that.
And how about that strong racing team?
Darn. Great weekend, huh?
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. Brad, any more interviews down in the pits for you?
Honestly, I don't, but I'm going to go find which. I'm looking for Dustin Eccles. I spoke with him earlier. Let me go find him and his team.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
That's
find
excellent.
him. He
we'll
was.
stand by for that. I want
Yep.
to send it over to AJ real quick for some final thoughts before we wrap things up. We have a hard close at 5 p.m., guys, so we've got 10 minutes remaining. AJ, final thoughts. Tire Factory
right.
turn number 2 about the full event.
Really quick, for me, the weekend is everybody coming out okay, right? Not just surviving these wrecks, but coming out okay. Especially the one right in front of me that involved Bobby King and, of course, Phil Walk. Super scary. I mean, it just split second one way or the other, and it could have been really, really bad. So that's number one. Number two, obviously, Peabody repeating. That's awesome. Andrew Tate doing really well, especially having a really kind of sad start on the final and having to fight through the tunnel and claiming second position in that race. So, yeah, really great weekend altogether. We didn't have issues with wind. And, yeah, I'm just glad everybody survived it and everybody's okay. We'll just hope that teams can get their boats ready for next weekend.
That's right. They've got some work to do, and we will take a time.
If I can, real quick, Michael.
Go ahead,
Michael,
Brad.
can we... I grabbed Dustin Eccles, who just explained to me he was in the truck because you got to call the wife first before you come out and talk to me. But whether it was third or fourth place, and I think it was third, you just said that's the hardest drive you've had in a long time.
Yeah, you know, it's a great group of boats out here, and when you get a good start, get out front, you do everything in your power to keep it there. And luckily, the Flavor Pack guys gave me a great boat, enough to almost, keep up front. But a third, I couldn't be more proud, more happy. And then we're leaving here with everything intact again. It's been our goal. We're keeping this thing together, and we're going to go in there and bring the Flavor Pack to Seattle now.
Yeah, you said you were almost fast enough. You were almost fast enough in lane 4.
Yeah, you know, the inside hasn't been a very good place this weekend. That's where a lot of the accidents have happened or almost happened, and it's pretty treacherous. And so we just had a game plan. We didn't have quite the gears coming here to run on the inside, so we tried to be smart about it. And I wanted 3. Andrew wanted it worse. And so we took 4 and just made the best of it.
Well, you did a darn fine job. Congratulations. It was a great run. We had difficulty getting some good competition sometimes in our smaller heats. That final was awesome.
Yeah, I hope that was worth everybody sticking around and watching because, I mean, from my vantage point, that looked absolutely great. Kip Brown was on my radios, and he told me, screaming, he says, "You're 3 wide, you're 3 wide." And it reminded me of you calling the races. So if nothing else, made me just keep my foot to the floor, keep it going.
I got one last thing to tell you, that sometime when you came down here, I did yell in the microphone 3 wide, so you can hear it on the replay. Dustin, congratulations. I'll see you next week on Lake Washington.
Thanks a lot. Can't wait.
There you go. Dustin Eccles, third place finish. Thanks for coming out, my friend. Mike, I'll send that up to you. I know you're moving.
Thank you, Brad. We'll take a time out with more of our Hydro Rooster Tail wrap-up show coming up thanks to Grocery Outlet. Again, congratulating back-to-back champion here at the Atomic Cup, the Apollo Columbia Cup, Corey Peabody, Beacon Plumbing Strong Racing. More after this timeout with Grocery Outlet.
Your
And welcome back, Michael McDonald, Kurt Cartier. Kurt, final thoughts on the weekend of racing?
Very much appreciated the opportunity once again to join you here at the start-finish line. In my broadcast career of boat races, I'll never have an opportunity to have a vantage point this close, so I'm very grateful for that. The whole weekend was basically when Oz Loxton took a wrong turn. That was kind of the way it was going. They had to shorten the course. Had to overcome all kinds of obstacles, and nobody was really talking about the defending champion until the final heat, and he just went out and took it, and it was never in doubt. I kept waiting for somebody to hunt him down, and the U91, what could have been, maybe Andrew Tate will learn a lesson about when to pull the trigger and put your foot in it. He was patient. He ran a great race, but then when it was time for him to make his move, he just should have done it, in my opinion, a lap earlier. That's what I'll take away from 2024. It was all about acceptance and doing the best you could with what was given you during the situation. So that's what it was all about, attrition and family.
Take what the water gives you. Let's go down to Brad Luce in the Neil F. Lamson pits one more time, our American Radiator pit reporter. Great job all weekend with our Skyline Machinery Sales Tech Updates.
Thanks, Michael. I was just talking to somebody down here. I'm not sure what all happened in the last 35, 40 minutes. I think at 2 minutes to the 5-minute mark, I was standing with you on the start-finish line tower. And I was listening to your call all the way down, and I'm telling you what, that golf cart I've got, it moves. If you put your foot in it, that thing will go. I was rolling. I got to the top of the tower at about the 110 mark, and then we had an outstanding final heat. I was concerned about our H1 fleet and what was happening to it and the show we were putting on. But you know what? At the end of the day, like Dustin Eccles said, that final heat of people stuck around, that was a barn burner. We had good racing up and down the series as well. Our small stocks, 2.5 stocks, put on a really good show. So did our E350s. And even when we put the final heat out there with only 2 boats, it was side by side and good racing. So at the end of the day, everybody's going home with kind of an intact race boat. Nobody really tore it up badly. Our drivers are all walking out of here. That's the most important thing. And Corey Peabody is a back-to-back champion on the Columbia River.
Attention, reminder.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. To all the volunteers and all the organizers, board members that come together to make this possible. It's an amazing effort. And the table was set just like Thanksgiving, and this was a great finishing touch.
Absolutely.
And they overcame every obstacle that was presented, whether it was the river level or the horrible accidents. The crews were ready for everything that was in front of them, just like the drivers were ready for whatever the water presented them in front of them. And they took care of it.
Every single person who was tasked with a job did it to the best of their ability, and almost every aspect of this race, some challenge was presented, and that challenge was met. It was overcome, and we put on another great show for the fans. I'm just happy to be a part of this boat racing family. Whatever my part is, I'm happy to be here. And thanks again, Mike, for the opportunity. Another stellar job for Columbia Cup, Apollo Columbia Cup 2024.
Bar Lumber E350 champion Bryce Todd in the 99. The IBEW Local 112 2.5 liter final winner Jeff Bernard in the Silver Cloud 3, and Corey Peabody in the 9 Beacon Plumbing with strong racing, strong finish. Back-to-back champ on the Columbia River. Special thanks to all of our sponsors and Grocery Outlet for our Rooster Tail wrap-up show. Griggs Ace Hardware, DQ, Tire Factory, Aldors, Buffalo Brothers, Skyline Machinery Sales, American Radiator, Dryer on Fire, Grocery Outlet, along with Anderson and Zentz Dental, Columbia Ability Alliance, Coleman Oil, Horn Rapids RV, Rob Ellsworth, SBN Redder & Company. I'm Michael McDonald. Thanks for being with us here for Water Follies.
Your neighborhood grocery outlet has